From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
And it's a great day to be alive on Westwood One Sports. How we doing, everybody? Chris Mack with you here on BetMGM Game Day. PJ Glasser will join the chat, as they say. What up, chat? I'm 40-something. I should never do that again. We'll join the chat and the show proper at 12 noon, 1 hour from now. But we got you for the next 5 hours. We are taking you through all the NFL news of the week. And there has been plenty, including some that happened while I was on the air earlier this week, filling in for Nick Costos on You Better You Bet this past Friday. Where in the world is Aaron Rodgers? Yeah, we'll play that game coming up in just a little bit. There are things going on in baseball. Phillies may be back, or at least on the right track. That's worth talking about. The entire NL Central is over 500, but only 4 teams in the AL are. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue to roll on. The Hurricanes refuse to lose. They have swept their way through 2 rounds and into the Eastern Conference Final. We got the NBA draft lottery today. So in addition to 2 playoff games yesterday and 2 more playoff games today, we got the NBA draft lottery happening, which will be going on and we'll be reacting live to on the air in the 3 Eastern hour here today on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Always live inside that trusty Westwood One Sports app. Make sure you have downloaded it and you can take us and all the play-by-play you could possibly need with you wherever you're going. Maybe you're running to the gym this morning. Maybe you got errands to handle. Maybe you got to go make sure to check in on Mom. Hi, Mom. Happy Mother's Day. My mom's not watching. I can guarantee that. I promise you she isn't. But from us, all of us here on the crew at BetMGM Game Day, myself, I'll speak for PJ, who will jump in an hour. For Zach Krull, our executive producer. For Max Sheedy, our video producer. For Grant Leader on the board, making sure you hear all this lovely audio and the dulcet tones of all of the guests we will have on today. We all want to say Happy Mother's Day to all the moms in our lives and all the moms in your lives, too. We will celebrate that in a few special ways here today on BetMGM Game Day. You can also get us live inside the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and, of course, across North America. We are on Sirius XM Channel 375. You can always jump into the chat. Oh, God, I keep using that word. Jump into the conversation. How about that? That's what we used to call it like 15, 20 years ago, kids. It wasn't chat. It was a convo. It was a conversation. You can jump into it on YouTube and watch the show streaming live at youtube.com/BetMGM tonight, or do it the old-fashioned way, the way we used to have to do it when we were kids in the 90s and we really wanted to talk to a girl. We'd have to pick up a phone, like a real phone, and call 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910, and then her dad would answer, and you'd have to be like, is Christy there? Who's this? It's Chris. Who are you? Her friend? Hold on. Is Christy here? Yeah, hold on. She's going to pick up the phone in her room. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, sir. So, yeah, the phone is available is the point I'm trying to make. I would actually take the phone because we were poor and we didn't have a cordless phone. I would unplug the phone from the wall in the living room and take it into the kitchen and plug it in there so that I could have a semi-private conversation with whoever I wanted to talk to, and my mom wouldn't listen in on it. Again, hi, Mom. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Let's get to the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. It's the High Five.
It's like, oh, there are pictures, and the press is trying to create a timeline where when might they have been cheating. So without regard to how this affects their spouses, their children, they're like putting these families through hell.
I'm sorry, Max. What? That was Max Kellerman on Game Over, the show that he and Rich Paul co-host. The media are putting the families through hell? I know. We've just about reached the breaking point on the whole Vrabel Rossini thing and how much more you want to hear about it. I didn't want to talk about it today at all, to be quite honest, but here we go. I saw this clip last night of Max Kellerman going off on the media and people for perpetuating this and digging deeper on it. And it's, excuse me, you want to fault everybody but them for the fact that the two of them had an affair for what appears to have been a very long time while each of them was married and had a family and their own children. You want to fault me or anybody else in the media for actually talking about this when the slow drip and drab of stories and clips and photos and videos continues to come out? You want to fault us, Max? No. We don't. No. We don't get to shove blame away from Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini onto anyone else in this situation. The blame and all of the shame should be in their corner because they are the two who were perpetuating a years-long adulterous relationship. If anybody should feel shame about how the spouses and the kids and the families in this situation feel, guess who it should be, Max? It should be Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. This is the first time I've heard this so far, and maybe it's just a knee-jerk reaction by Max Kellerman to the obsessive media coverage of this story. But let's be honest. Whether you're sick of it or you can't get enough of it, whether you think it's disgusting or you're titillated by it, whether you can't wait to see what the next revelation is or you don't care at all because the simple facts have been laid out at this point, regardless of which side you come down on, I think we can all agree that it's not the media's fault that Vrabel and Rossini were hooking up with each other for years. You know whose fault it was? It was Mike's and Diana's. Next.
4.
What thoughts were going through your mind as this season ended?
Well, Steve grabbed both of us, and he said, I just wanted to take this moment. Like, I just don't know. I don't know if we'll have this moment again. So I just want to take this moment and thank you guys, and it was a special moment.
Ernie Johnson talking to Draymond Green on Inside the NBA earlier this week on ESPN about, if you noticed it at the end of the Warriors' final game, there was a little, I don't know if it was a group hug. That's what Ernie called it. But it was more like a quick little huddle at the end of the game between Steve Kerr and Draymond Green and Steph Curry. And Draymond relayed, you can see more of that conversation online, but Draymond relayed during that conversation what it was like, the three of them talking to each other and what Steve Kerr had to say to them. And Steve Kerr's going to be back. So maybe that conversation was just a little bit premature. Steve Kerr signing a 2-year contract extension or a new contract, I guess I should say, with the Golden State Warriors to return as their head coach. The second winningest head coach in playoff history, Steve Kerr. But an organization that has failed to really properly reload towards the end of the Steph Curry era. And look, I am a fan of nostalgia. I've said that to you guys a million times before. It's why, as a hockey fan who roots for the Pittsburgh Penguins, and I've made this comparison before between the Penguins and the Warriors because their eras have been similar and that they had 3 superstars who stayed together for a long time. It's just down to 2 in Golden State now, but it should be coming to an end. But somehow they bounce back, and somehow they're just competitive enough to get to the playoffs, but not competitive enough to take a run at a championship. I think there's a lot of parallels there between the Steph Curry Warriors and the Sidney Crosby Penguins. But I've said that to you. I am a fan of nostalgia. Keep Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang together as long as you can in Pittsburgh. Same goes in the Bay. Keep Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green together as long as you can. Because letting Kerr go would have created enough question marks around this organization that you would have had to ask yourself, is Steph interested in coming back? If Steph isn't interested in coming back or has his questions about who the coach is going to be, then who else is coming back? This tells you the Warriors are going to try to take another kick at the can for at least another 2 years and might really change the calculus on this NBA offseason because you have to believe if you've got Steph Curry, if you've got Draymond Green, if Steve Kerr is the head coach, It makes it a whole hell of a lot more attractive for guys who may not be sticking around in their current situations. Yes, I'm looking at you, Giannis Antetokounmpo, even though there are reports that you want to stay in the East. Yes, I'm looking at you, Kevin Durant, who's really only found the ultimate pinnacle of success in Golden State. And any other guy who wants to punch his own ticket, write his own plan out this offseason and say, I want to go there. Are they still that team that can make a run at a title? Maybe if a couple of those superstars decide that they'd rather go there than somewhere else. LeBron, I've heard that wild idea thrown out there. One more year for LeBron, but in Golden State of all places. I don't know. But it certainly changes the calculus. Steve Kerr coming back for 2 more years in Golden State and around the NBA this offseason with the draft lottery just 4 hours away. Next.
3.
Taylor Hall, the intercept. He's right back in. Centering pass. Save Ladar. It's off his glove and in. The series is over. Carolina is on to the Eastern Conference Final.
Alex Faust on TNT yesterday as the Carolina Hurricanes got the game-winning and series-clinching overtime goal from Jackson Blake in Philly. They sweep the Flyers just as they swept the Ottawa Senators in the first round, and Carolina is rolling. Rolling. What? I don't know if anybody can beat the Carolina Hurricanes. I know some people would make the argument, well, who the heck have they played? They've played Ottawa. They've played Philly. They haven't played a really great team yet. Maybe that's because they are the best and because they define what's great in the NHL postseason. There is one team, I think, that could possibly push Carolina to 6, maybe 7 games. And it's not Montreal, and it's not Buffalo. And for that matter, it's not anybody in the West except maybe the Colorado Avalanche, who I also have my questions about. Because I don't know if Colorado can win a bunch of 2-1, 3-2, 3-1 games. If they have to beat Carolina in that fashion 4 times in 7, I don't think Colorado can do it. And if Colorado tries to beat Carolina, if we get to that point, if those are your 2 teams in the Stanley Cup final, can they just blow the doors off of them 4 times in 7 games, the way they did to Minnesota twice in their second round series, although the Wild bounced back and made it a 2-1 series last night. I just don't see anybody stopping Carolina right now. Who knows when they'll lose? Might not even be in the Eastern Conference Finals. Next.
2.
30 seconds left. Harden dancing on Harris. Harden step back 3. Splash! James Harden!
Noah Eagle on NBC yesterday afternoon. James Harden's 3 to go up 113-109 with a little under 26 seconds left in the game. James Harden didn't have a great game yesterday as Cleveland won at home against the Pistons. But he did have a great final few minutes. 9 of his 19 points came in the fourth quarter. And the other side of the coin is that Cade Cunningham, who has come up so big for Detroit all year long, including in the playoffs, had a terrible final few minutes. 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter, all of them in crunch time, all of them leading to Cavaliers baskets. And so what I said about these second round series continues to hold true. I said it Friday. The first round was about big men and defense. The second round has developed a completely different personality in all 4 series, where it's become, maybe aside from Minnesota, San Antonio. And we'll talk to Jason Minix about that in an hour. But it has turned into limit the points your opposition scores off turnovers and hit your threes. And what did the Cavs do yesterday? Especially James Harden. He limited turnovers, just 3 of them yesterday, which I think is his best number to date in the playoffs. And he came up big, including that clutch 3 late. What was it in the late game? Thunder going up 3-0 on the Lakers. You know how many points The Thunder got off turnovers last night in that game. 30 points off turnovers. Limit the opposition's points off turnovers. Get some of your own. Hit your threes. That's the prescription for the second round in the NBA playoffs. It worked for the Cavs yesterday because it worked for James Harden. And let's not let this little fact slide by. I heard Charles Barkley say this last night after the second game, but he was looking back on and talking about Cavs Pistons. The Cavs have found a quality rotation in the backcourt. Dennis Schroeder has been huge for them in the minutes that they've given him. Pesky on defense, relentless with the ball, and that's what you need. This was another thing I brought up a little over a week ago. You need your shotgun riders to show up. Dennis Schroeder is a classic shotgun rider. He is not going to be the guy that drags the team kicking and screaming to the NBA Finals, but he is the guy to eat up minutes and do it with a smile on his face and a glare in his eye towards the opposition when he has to. Because James Harden is also not carrying your team to the NBA Finals. Donovan Mitchell, another 30-point game yesterday. He's capable of greatness, but he alone is not dragging that team to the NBA Finals. If the Cavs are going to beat the Pistons, and then maybe even do more after that, although the way the Knicks are playing, that's highly questionable. If the Cavs, who are a great example of this, if the Timberwolves, who are another example of this, if the Sixers are going to somehow get back into their series against the Knicks, the Lakers somehow going to get back into their series against the Thunder, about a 0.001% chance of that. If any of these teams are going to get back into their series, or in the Cavs case, in the T-Wolves case, maybe pull off an upset in the second round, it's by everybody chipping in. In Cleveland, that includes Mobley and Allen getting involved in this series in a big way, which they're capable of. In Minnesota, that means Naz Reid shows up and takes over a quarter at some point on either end of the floor. In Philly, that means Embiid and Maxey and Paul George all have to be on and pulling in the same direction. You get my point here. All of these teams, hell, even OKC, are built on your shotgun riders. And that, coupled with the complexion of the second round, be responsible with the basketball. Don't give the other team 30 points off of turnovers, and hit your threes, and you'll be in a good spot. Next.
1.
Is Aaron Rodgers in town this weekend, Omar? And will he be back as the Steelers quarterback?
Yeah, I don't know where specifically Aaron is. I can tell you that Aaron and I and Coach and Aaron and Aaron's representative, we've had some good conversations since the season ended, and since Mike got hired, and it's been positive. But yeah, I don't know where he is at this moment.
That's Steelers general manager Omar Khan on Friday morning. And yeah, you recognize that other voice. It was mine as I filled in for Nick Costos on You Better You Bet on Friday. And just asked Omar straight up, as you heard there, what's the deal? Because there were reports on Thursday that Aaron Rodgers was going to be in Pittsburgh over the weekend and hammering out a deal to come back as their quarterback. Now, it was also rookie mini camp this weekend in Pittsburgh. Lots of video of Drew Aller going through drop back drills and footwork drills. Lots of tweets from people talking about Aller's arm strength because he was the only quarterback because it's rookie minicamp. Aaron Rodgers, let me state this plainly and clearly. There is a 99.9% chance that Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback this year, which is exactly why it's silly that we're continuing to wait and wonder when and if and is he and isn't he, will he, won't he. Most likely he will. But for any team to drag themselves through it like this, especially a flagship franchise of the NFL like the Pittsburgh Steelers, is somewhat ridiculous. It really is. And for the GM to say, yeah, I don't know where he is. He could be in town. He might not be. We'll figure it out. Don't worry about it, guys. we got it, is wild. So, is he in town? According to some people, he is. Is he going to sign a deal this weekend? Who knows? It's all just another day in the life of Aaron Rodgers. We'll get into that in a little more detail as well. I want to hear what PJ thinks of that when he jumps into the conversation at the top of the hour. 12:20 Eastern, so exactly 1 hour from now. We'll talk to Jason Minix of The Blitz on San Antonio Sports Star ESPN to see if there's any way the T-Wolves somehow come back and make this interesting against the Spurs, because it felt like Game 3 may have put that thought to bed. Jay Kassan, a friend of both PJ's and mine, he will join us at 1 Eastern to talk baseball. Max Boltman of the Athletic Hockey Show joins us at 2 Eastern to talk Stanley Cup playoffs. At 3 o'clock, Jarrett Bailey, who covers the NFL for SB Nation and hosts the Pump Fake with Todd Haley. He'll talk all things Rodgers and Jawan Jennings and NFL as well. And, of course, we'll have live reaction to the NBA draft lottery going down in the 3 o'clock hour as well. As for the NFL, the league averted disaster this week. What am I talking about? I'll explain it to you next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Vikings are a good fit for him, though. But, I mean, obviously he is now sort of on a prove-it deal. I mean, it's a one-year deal, and that would probably the smart thing to do and, get another bite at the apple next year.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
I'm not agreeing with her just because she's a legend and just because she came on the show with me on Friday when I filled in for Nick. But I'm agreeing with Judy Batista there, talking about Jawan Jennings. I think Minnesota's a great fit for him. He did sign with them on Thursday, 1 year, $13 million, up to $13 million, as you heard Mike Tirico on the call on NBC of his go-ahead and eventual game-winning touchdown against the Bears in Week 17 last year. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Chris Mack with you solo until noon. Then PJ Glasser jumps into the conversation, and a lot to talk about today, including the NBA playoffs. We'll dive back into what happened last night in Cleveland and LA in just a couple of moments. We'll have live reaction to the NBA draft lottery in the final hour of the show, 3 p.m. Eastern hour. Plus, we'll continue to talk about some of the NFL storylines that are carrying the bulk of the weight through a slow time of year. As rookie mini camps are up and running in some places, OTAs soon, mandatory mini camps all over the next month or so. You'll see those things play out. And maybe by then, the Pittsburgh Steelers will know where Aaron Rodgers is. We'll get into all of that. As for Jawan Jennings, like I said, a good spot for him in Minnesota. He's a complementary piece to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison when Addison is on the field. Hasn't played in 17 games since his rookie year, Addison, with various things, whether it be injuries or discipline issues, keeping him off the field. So a good spot for Jawan Jennings to rebuild some of that value maybe that he lost by trying to play hardball with the Niners and going into the market expecting more than he ended up getting in Minnesota. Plus, I just think that offense is going to look really good this year. You add Kyler Murray to the mix, and I'm not an enormous Kyler Murray fan, but I think you give him the tutelage of Kevin O'Connell. You give him really a well-formed, fully rounded offense with Aaron Jones leading the way in the backfield, a good to very good offensive line. And I think the Vikings are in a really good spot offensively. And I know this sounds ridiculous, but would anybody be surprised if all 4 NFC North teams go to the playoffs this year? I know that would be crazy. That would be all 3 wildcard spots going to teams in the NFC North. But that is going to be the best division in football this year. Top to bottom, the best division in football is the NFC North this year. And the Vikings make themselves more competitive by bringing in Jawan Jennings and getting a guy who was really wide receiver 1 at times last year in San Francisco by default due to injuries, but a guy who is capable of that. Bring him in as a strong number 3 to Jefferson and Addison. I like that for them. What I also like is that the NFL won't have to worry about replacement refs this year. NFL and the NFL Referees Association ratifying a new 7-year collective bargaining agreement this past week. It officially came down Friday, as they had a 24-hour period to vote on it Thursday into Friday. That means through the 2032 season, we should have labor peace between the league and its officials, approved by a 116-4 vote. And again, prevents the use of replacement refs, which the last time we went through it was damn near a disaster. Look, as the NFL gets bigger, and it does, by the day, forget by the week or the month or the season, the NFL gets bigger by the day. The schedule is going to come out later this week. We will all spend Thursday night and the bulk of our days Friday pulling it apart and talking about, oh, this game is here and that game is there. And we will power rank, PJ and I, in the third hour of the show, right around 1:25 Eastern. We will power rank our favorite matchups that we want to see where they fall on the schedule this year. Because you know who's going to play who. We just don't know when they're going to play yet. Does the league, again, go with the bulk of the divisional games late in the year? Do they take into consideration the fact that some players, Patrick Mahomes at the top of the list, may not be ready right out of the gate in week 1? And so perhaps Kansas City, Buffalo, or Kansas City, Seattle get pushed off into October or beyond. It'll be interesting to break it all down. Like I said, Thursday night and Friday morning, when coincidentally enough, lucky me, I'll be in for Nick Costos again on You Better You Bet. But to go into a year like this one, as the league continues to push its broadcast partners for more money, as the league continues to try to push to reopen the CBA so they can add that 18th game in there, get to 16 international games, as the league continues to push for billions and billions of dollars every year, the last thing the NFL needed, because every year is now the most influential year when you're trying to push for exponentially more money every year from your media partners, from your fans. The last thing they needed was the FUBAR situation that was replacement officials the last time it happened. There's far too much at stake, literally, with every single game. I don't care if it's Browns, Dolphins on a Thursday night in October. It doesn't matter. Everything is at stake with every single game. And so to avoid the disaster that would have been replacement officials, yes, they're still not full-time. But again, after talking to Judy Batista on Friday from NFL Network, the officials don't want to be full-time. They've got real full-time jobs. And as long as they can make the kind of money they make, which is a pretty penny for a side hustle on the side, moonlighting away from their full-time jobs, then they want to do that. Now, there will be more required of them in the offseason, and the grading will be more strict and more harsh, and you might see guys get pulled from crews or pulled from assignments late in the year if they're not grading out well. I'm fine with that, too. Find the best officials and reward the best officials. And the not-so-good ones? Hey, the Sun Belt needs refs, too, okay? You'll find a gig somewhere. Trust me. Chris Mack with you on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Throughout the show today, happy Mother's Day, moms. If you're in the car with your mom right now listening to the show, wherever you may be, maybe you're heading to mom's later. Maybe, unfortunately, mom isn't with you anymore. Maybe you're going to a grandparent's house. Whatever it is, however you're celebrating Mother's Day, we thought we'd celebrate today. Later, we're going to draft the best sitcom moms. We'll do that right around 2:45 Eastern here on BetMGM Game Day. I cannot wait for that. I've done an inordinate amount of research on it. But we're also going to share throughout the day everybody on the team here at BetMGM Game Day, aside from video producer Max, who is severely under the weather and still somehow keeping us on the stream. Thank you, Max, for your service. We are going to share throughout the day our sports-related mom memories. And I'd like to go first. I'd like to lead it off because the one thing, look, my mother was the person that took me to my first baseball game. We didn't have a car back then. As mentioned earlier, we was poor. So we rode the Port Authority bus down to Three Rivers Stadium on the north side of Pittsburgh. It was 1986. Yeah, I'm old. Want to fight? I'm old. Big whoop. Anyway, it was 1986, and we went down there and we watched the Pirates in those old pillbox hats. And I watched Joe Orsulak and Mike Diaz and Jim Morrison, a bunch of names that unless you were a Pirates fan in the mid-'80s, you'd have no idea who these guys are. And I watched my first baseball game. And it was the same year she got me the entire top set for Christmas. And so I had memorized all the names. I was excited to go. And there I was, little 6-year-old Chris Mack, sitting in the stands at Three Rivers Stadium, taking my first baseball game because my mom was willing to grab me by the hand, drag me onto a bus, ride down to the north side of Pittsburgh, and go see it at that old concrete donut, Three Rivers Stadium. The other great motherly sports memory that I have is that when Adam Graves of the New York Rangers broke Mario Lemieux's hand in the 1991 playoffs with a two-handed slash, she not only decided that she didn't like Adam Graves anymore, she decided that every time thereafter she heard the name Adam Graves or saw Adam Graves step on the ice during a hockey game, she would become enraged. And look, my mom, she's a little unbalanced anyway. So when she was mad, she got real mad. And typically she reserved it for silly things like Adam Graves. But I learned not just sports love and what you'll do, the lengths you'll go to foster your family's love of sports. All right, kiddo, come on. We're getting on the bus in the morning. It's a Sunday afternoon game. We're going to go down to the north side. We're going to watch the Buccos, even though they stink. And they stunk in 1986. But also the dichotomy of embracing sports hate, right? I grew up in a family where the Cleveland Browns were the enemy. I grew up in a family where the Cincinnati Bengals and Boomer Esiason were evil. I grew up in a family where Adam Graves was public enemy number one. And my mom never let it go until Adam Graves was no longer in the league. The Penguins played the Rangers. Adam Graves was on the ice. She would mutter some sort of profanity under her breath towards the television. So I learned sports love and sports hate from my mom. Somewhat appropriate for someone who may exist really only on those two poles, but that's for me and her to work out, not for you to worry about. PJ Glasser's going to jump into the conversation at the top of the hour. I want to get his reaction to the Aaron Rodgers nonsense. Plus, we'll talk reaction to the Game 3s in the NBA Conference semifinals, which I'll dive into next because one series is clearly over and another one may just have had new life breathed into it by, of all people, James Harden. That's next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
only points for the Lakers in the quarter scored by DeAndre Ayton. Wow, what a shot by Holmgren, met midair.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
We were having a conversation last night, as you heard Dave Pasch on ESPN, Chet Holmgren putting the Thunder up by 13 in the third quarter there last night. We were having a conversation about DeAndre Ayton and Chet Holmgren. It was a brief conversation because this could be a brief series. But I don't know how the Lakers have found themselves. I mean, I know how they've found themselves in this situation. Luka's out. Reeves at times finds flashes, but still doesn't quite look like himself because he's too preoccupied with whining about the officiating or throwing himself into the lane hoping to draw a foul. LeBron is, 75 years old. I do understand how the Lakers find themselves here, and they're going up against the best team in the league. That part can't be argued. The Thunder are an absolute freaking wagon at this point. Deeper than anybody, more talented than anybody, more physical than anybody when they want to be, more accurate than anybody when they're on. So I know how the Lakers have found themselves at down 3-0. I do. But I don't understand how they continue to find themselves at this point where they try to convince themselves that they found the big man they've been searching for since Pau Gasol retired. And they convince themselves they found it. DeAndre Ayton is not it. He's not. Maybe it's unfair to judge him based on how he's handling Chet Holmgren, okay? But Chet Holmgren isn't exactly a muscle-bound warrior himself. Chet's extremely skilled. I'm not going to argue about that. But DeAndre Ayton's getting pushed around by Chet Holmgren. Again, I'm not trying to minimize what Chet is, but, that's not his game. If these two dudes are down low in the post on the blocks, DeAndre Ayton should be winning those battles. And he's not. Soft. With a capital AWF in the middle. Soft. Anyway, Lakers are now down 3-0. That series is all but officially over. In Cleveland, it was a different story yesterday afternoon. We got two more games today. Knicks trying to close out the Sixers. T-Wolves trying to even it up with the Spurs. When the games get bigger this time of year, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. You want to be a part of the playoff action? You can do it by betting with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. Just activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you're going to get a bigger payout if that bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM and make it legendary. Knicks favored by just 1.5 in Game 4. They looked fine without OG Anunoby the other night. Spurs favored by 4.5 in Minnesota. I really, really thought the Timberwolves would come out with their hair on fire in Game 3. They didn't. And, oh, by the way, Victor Wembanyama is just on a one-man crusade to prove that he is that dude. To prove that this team is not ahead of schedule. We'll get into all of that regarding the Spurs with Jason Minix of the San Antonio Sports Star ESPN Radio in about half an hour. He'll join us to talk Wemby and the Spurs. And again, PJ Glasser will jump into the conversation at the top of the hour. As for the Pistons and the Cavs, I said it earlier, this is exactly what I know. I heard Shaq say it last night on the postgame. And they spent much more time, rightfully so, talking about Cavs Pistons than they did Thunder Lakers. But Shaq said, this is why you traded for James Harden, to look like a contender. You didn't trade for James Harden to just be a guy, to be along for the ride. I would argue that to an extent with Shaq, because when James Harden tries to be that dude, when he tries to be that guy that is the reason you're winning games, when he tries to take over, I don't think it's good for the Cavs. I don't. He turns the ball over too much. He makes poor decisions on where he shoots the ball from. I think James Harden is much better, much, much better when he serves as the complement. And I hope he's starting to understand that now, because at least it's been almost an equal home-road dichotomy for Harden and the Cavs in the playoffs so far. At home, he has looked like a guy willing to not take a back seat, man. When he's on the floor, he's still running point. But a guy who's able to understand that he doesn't have to be the reason the Cavs are succeeding. Feed Mitchell. When you get an opportunity, get the ball down into the post. Down low to Allen and Mobley. 7 assists yesterday for James Harden. The other really important number, just 3 turnovers by James Harden. And, of course, the 9 points that he scored in the fourth quarter. 19 for the game. 8 of 14 shooting. That's the judicious James Harden the Cavs need. Donovan Mitchell can put up 30 in his sleep. 35 yesterday. Like I said, Allen and Mobley can handle things down low. You've got other guys coming off the bench providing really impactful minutes. Max Strus, a huge play on Cade Cunningham's late inbound pass. That could be looked at as just as big as the Harden 3 that put them up 4 with 26 seconds to go. Dennis Schroeder coming in and just being relentless on the defensive end, but also showing the way with that judicious shot selection. Knowing when to pull up, knowing when to dish, knowing when to attack the rim. Schroeder, 4 or 5 yesterday, 3 for 3 from beyond the arc. That guy has come up huge and did so especially yesterday. And, you know, I listened to the Cavs broadcast yesterday as I was getting things done outside yesterday afternoon. And they kept mentioning that James Harden was proving his detractors wrong. And I don't know if he did in one game. Again, I don't think James Harden proved anything yesterday other than when he gets it, when he understands that it ain't all about him. James Harden is at his best. He can still come up clutch as he did yesterday. He doesn't need to try to do it for 40 minutes, though. Maximize your impact by minimizing your mistakes and your appetite for trying to make plays that are risky. Responsible James Harden is the best James Harden. And then he comes up in the clutch late. So I would disagree. I think it's Tim Alcorn and Jim Jones who do the play-by-play and the color commentary on the Cavs radio network. They did a fantastic job, but I would disagree heartily that Harden proved anything yet. He's got to do that a couple more times in this series, and then maybe again in the next round if they can get there. Coming up next, our man PJ Glasser jumps into the conversation for the rest of the show, and I got to ask him what he thinks of the Aaron Rodgers nonsense, plus his reaction to those Game 3s in the NBA yesterday as well. That's next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Rodgers in town this weekend, Omar? And will he be back as the Steelers quarterback?
Yeah, I don't know where specifically Aaron is. I can tell you that Aaron and I and Coach and Aaron and Aaron's representative, we've had some good conversations since the season ended and, since Mike got hired. And, it's been positive. But, yeah, I don't know where he is at this moment.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
My God, that's PJ Glasser's music. PJ jumps in for the rest of the show here on BetMGM Gameday. Chris Mack with you on Westwood One Sports as well. Always inside your Westwood One Sports app, your Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375. It is Mother's Day, PJ. I'm sure you've got something important planned later in the day. We've all got some kind of plans, I would hope, for Mother's Day, whether it's mom, stepmom, grandma, aunt, whoever the mothers in your life are. We'll get into the Rodgers conversation, which you just heard a clip of from Friday when I filled in for Nick on You Better You Bet, and Steelers GM Omar Khan was willing to admit he has no idea where his quarterback is. But let's start on Mother's Day, PJ, with a sports-related mom memory. I shared mine earlier about my mother taking me to my first baseball game back when the Pirates were at the old Three Rivers Stadium, and we had to ride a bus down to the north side, and also teaching me not just sports love that way, but also sports hate by always muttering obscenities under her breath anytime Adam Graves would take the ice for the Rangers after he broke Mario Lemieux's hand in 1992. So there's got to be a story in there somewhere, Peach. We've all got a mother in our life who helped support our sports dreams, even if it was after we realized we weren't going to be playing them, we'd just be talking about them.
Yeah, I mean, my mom and I went to Wimbledon 3 years ago together, so that's probably got to be at the top of the list. It was my first time ever going to Europe. She hadn't been to London in probably like 30 years. She had just been retired. And, we were just throwing some things around of like what we wanted to do. Wimbledon was on both of our bucket lists and we said, let's do it. And London has probably turned into our favorite cities for both of us. I think for her, it's probably one. For me, it's definitely in the top three. And we just love it. And Wimbledon is everything you think it would be. And, waking up at 3 a.m. with your mom to take a cab over to go sit in the queue in Wimbledon and you're sleeping on the grass field and everything. It's a pretty cool experience.
Awesome.
So getting able to do that is definitely at the top of the list. And then being able to just travel the country with her, my dad, and my brother, we've been to all the baseball stadiums, all 30, and we were able to complete that last summer. So
that's
doing
incredible.
that with her as well. Very, very cool. So yeah, I'm fortunate to have some good ones. I think Wimbledon probably is at the top, but being able to go see all the baseball stadiums as well, pretty awesome.
That is incredible. So happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. And we will be sharing our stories, everybody here on the crew, throughout today's show. We'll get into the Aaron Rodgers thing. We'll talk to Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation, who also co-hosts the Pump Fake with Todd Haley. That's going to be later in the show. I'm curious what Jarrett thinks. I saw him tweet out yesterday. I don't know if he made it or AI made it for him, a where in Pittsburgh, like a Where's Waldo of Aaron Rodgers, to see if you could find Aaron Rodgers in the picture. It was hilarious. What was your reaction? Because reports have been refined over the last 72 hours, PJ. At first, it was he's going to be in town this weekend to sign a new deal. Then it was, as you heard there, Omar telling me, I don't even know where Aaron is. Yesterday, we got from some folks, including Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Rodgers is in town, but he hasn't been to the facility. They're still working on a deal through his agent. This is... I know we should be used to this being the thing with Aaron Rodgers, but it still feels just somewhat surreal that an NFL team in the year of our Lord 2026 is going to this extent to re-sign a 42-year-old quarterback.
Especially, Chris, when, as you know, they went through this last year when we were all waiting to see what he was going to do. and where his next move was going to be as quarterback, if he was going to retire, if he was going to continue to play, the Jets fiasco, how that all went down. We all assumed it would probably be the Steelers because him and Tomlin throughout the years had great respect for each other, great relationship. That was a long, drawn-out process. And then when the season ended and Pittsburgh played that final playoff game against the Texans, and we knew it would all begin again throughout the offseason, what would happen to Rodgers? Was that the last time we would see him? And then they hire McCarthy. The speculation only picks up, those two reuniting together. I think that, to me, is just the most surprising thing of it all, Chris. It's not like this is some big surprise. The Steelers knew this is what it was going to be coming into the offseason. And the fact that, once again, they've kind of just put all their chips into the middle, because as we talked about last week on the show, as of right now, I think the Steelers have the worst quarterback room in the NFL. If Rodgers is back, that changes. But the fact that they're looking at potentially Mason Rudolph being under center, or maybe even Will Howard or Drew Aller, who they just drafted out of Penn State, I think for me, the most amazing thing is you would think that they would have had a better way of going about this, knowing this was at the top of their list in the offseason. The fact that we're still here, we get the schedule release on Thursday. Signs are pointing to him being back, which we kind of all expected. But yeah, you talking to Omar Khan and him still really having no idea where Aaron is, and we don't have 100% certainty that he's going to be back, Chris. I just find it all pretty bizarre.
That's bizarre, surreal, because, and Zach, our executive producer, and I were having this chat before the show, PJ. Zach has his questions just about, it seems like a great guy, Omar Khan, but has his questions about him as a general manager. And, I think he's done a very good job in rebuilding their offensive line, which was abandoned towards the end of the Roethlisberger era and didn't help a very immobile Big Ben towards the end of his career. I think they've done a decent job of stacking up talent on defense, even if it is aging. It's just crazy to me that quarterback would be the one spot. And I do think ownership has a lot to do with it. They want to remain competitive and always in the playoff conversation. But to say out loud throughout the late winter and early spring, we don't think it's going to go like it did last year. And then it goes exactly like it did last year is just hilarious.
It is. And look, I think Rodgers, if he is under center again and ends up playing quarterback for the Steelers, Chris, I think he's going to have a similar year to how he did last year. I think being back with McCarthy, because say what you want about McCarthy, especially in the postseason, I mean, the guy produces like really good numbers throughout the regular season. His teams put up points, they put up yards, they move the football, and Metcalf obviously is coming back after signing the long deal. You make the trade for Pittman. And running back wise, the Steelers really don't have a bell cow that they can lean on. So they're really going to have to rely on the passing game a little bit to score points for them this season. I think Rodgers is going to have a decent year. Aaron Rodgers is the kind of quarterback, Chris, like he's one of the all-timers. If he didn't think he could still compete at a high level, win games, he would retire at this point because he's got nothing left to prove. And I think he still feels he's got the itch to try and win a championship. If he didn't feel like he could compete or he could put his team in a situation where like he could win serious games, he wouldn't do it. So I think he's going to play well if he ends up coming back. But again, if you're a Steelers fan, I'm sure, or somebody in that organization, you just want this to get over with already. And with the schedule coming out Thursday, Chris, I also think it's going to be very intriguing what the schedule makers end up doing. Ravens Steelers is Ravens Steelers, and whether or not Rodgers plays, like that's the game you can kind of put in its own category. But maybe some other decisions, like how many times do they put the Steelers in prime time with the uncertainty of Aaron not playing, as opposed to if they knew he was, would they put him in prime time? Like all those sorts of things. Because I'm sure Collinsworth and Tirico, the NBC people, they would love to broadcast one of Rodgers' last regular season games or something like that, or same thing with Monday Night Football, ESPN, all these sorts of things. So I think that's an intriguing part of this too, as we have the schedule release coming up on Thursday.
Yeah, about an hour and 10 minutes from now, PJ and I will power rank our favorite games coming up this season. And the ones we're most interested in seeing where they end up on the NFL schedule that's going to be released Thursday night. Will there be a Steelers game in there? I think, like PJ said, although last year they gave the Steelers 5 primetime games, or five or six standalone games, even though they weren't yet quite sure about Rodgers. The Steelers, like the Cowboys, the Patriots, the Packers, one of those brand names that the networks usually trade pretty well in when they're trying to find games for standalone windows. We got this question in the chat, on the YouTube chat. You can watch the show, watch the stream live, youtube.com/BetMGM tonight. Our guy Pine Needle 1 chimed in and wanted to know, since you've been to all 30 ballparks, PJ, what you thought of Oracle in San Francisco.
It's the number 1 seed, Pine Needle. That's my favorite. A lot of people have Oracle and PNC Park, the Pirates 1 and 2, and I would agree with that. You can't go wrong with either of those parks. For me as an Orioles fan, though, like Oracle is just Camden Yards on the water. You know what I mean? Like when they built Oracle, the designer, he had Camden Yards in mind, and when you go there, like they have similar feels. But when you just put it on the bay like that and you just sit up top and you have a view of the entire bay on a really nice day, you can kind of see Oakland out in the distance. Like, to me, there just simply is not a better park to catch a game. PNC is unbelievable too. And the reason why I love that one is because it has the combination of skyline and also you get water as well, which is rare. Yeah. That's really one of the only parks where you get that. You either get a park that's a dome, you get one that's on the water, or you get one with the great skyline, and PNC has both, which I think makes it 2. And then I put Wrigley at Wrigley Field at 3. I think anybody that's been to Wrigley just knows that place in the summer, not much better. Fenway's great too. I prefer Wrigley. I think the food's a little better. I think the ballpark's a little nicer. And I just think some of the seats are a little better. When you're dealing with those 100-year-old ballparks, a lot of bad seats. Yeah. I think Wrigley has some. Now, when you get out to the bleachers, and all that stuff, like obviously that can be tough. But I think for the most part, I really like Wrigley as well. So that's my top 3, but Giants is my 1.
All right. We had to get that out of the way because it's rare you get someone who's been to all 30 ballparks and is ready, willing, and able to quickly rank them like you just did, Peach. Looking back on yesterday, whether it be NBA playoffs, it could be anything. Just your number 1 takeaway from everything we saw yesterday.
Are the Cleveland Cavaliers ever going to win a road game in the playoffs, and are they ever going to lose a home game in the playoffs? That's what I want to know. Chris, I kind of think that Cleveland series might go the same way that their series, the Cleveland-Detroit series, could go the same way their series did against Toronto, where the home team just wins every game. It's something I talked about when the playoffs started that I think now more people are starting to realize, but in this Donovan Mitchell era with Cleveland, man, for whatever reason, they just do not win games on the road and they win games at home. I kind of think that series is going to go 7, and I just think the home team's going to win every game. And then OKC in LA, it feels like I'm watching the same game 3 straight games. The Lakers keep it competitive for the better part of 2.5 quarters, maybe even 3 quarters. And then OKC just goes on one of their runs, Chris. You look up, it's a 15, 20-point game. I don't know how you beat that team in 4 games. I can see a team maybe pushing it to 6, maybe 7. Maybe Wemby is good enough to get you to a 7th game, and the Knicks are playing great basketball right now as well. But they don't even have Jalen Williams right now, Chris. I mean, they're missing their second best player, and they're doing this. And I think the Lakers have played a pretty good series. Again, I feel like for the better part of every game, they've played well for 3 quarters. But OKC is the epitome of you have to play well for all 60 minutes. And if you don't, they can put a run on you in a 3-minute span, go up 13, and then when they do that, it's over. So their ability to just go on a run and just win a game, I think has been really impressive to watch.
I mean, Peach, the Lakers had the lead at halftime last night, and felt like they were, like you said, in the game. And then all of a sudden you look up and it's over with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They take over. They're so deep. They're so talented, and they can beat you so many different ways. You're right. If it's anybody, it might be Wemby, who can push them to the limit and maybe get past them. let's talk about the Spurs, and we'll do that in just a minute here. Jason Minix, who we caught up with a couple weeks ago before the first round started from the Blitz afternoons on San Antonio Sports Star, ESPN Radio, he's going to join us to talk about Wemby, who seems like a man on a mission right now. The Spurs, if they take control, really grab this series against Minnesota by the throat and put it to bed early. And if they can push their way past OKC in the Western Conference Finals. That's all coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
Spurs have one. Here's Wembanyama and Gobert on him. Shot clock at 5. Victor Wembanyama.
I mean, Rudy did everything.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Wemby going off in Game 3 in Minnesota there on Amazon Prime. Kevin Harlan, Candace Parker, and Dwayne Wade. Welcome back in to BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. It felt like Game 3 was the way a lot of folks thought this series would go. But, I mean, 5-6 days ago, we were getting Anthony Edwards back. We thought we might have a series. Minnesota took Game 1. Was there any fear deep in the heart of? We'll ask Jason Minix in just a second, and we'll go deep on the Spurs as they get ready for Game 4 tonight, 7:40 Eastern, 6:40 Central, up in the Twin Cities here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Jason Minix, part of the Blitz, 2 to 6 p.m. Central on San Antonio Sports Star. ESPN Radio joins us now. We talked to him before the playoffs got started. We check in with him again now. Jason, was there some worry Monday night, Tuesday morning after Game 1 went the way it did? Anthony Edwards coming back, losing Game 1 at home, and how much of that worry has just circled the drain and left town and is floating down the Trinity River right now with any other worries Spurs fans may have?
Yeah, there was a lot of concern with the way Game 1 went. Obviously, nobody was expecting Anthony Edwards to play. What kind of impact would he have? And then, of course, the Spurs lose Game 1. And, yeah, people were freaked out. But at the same time, you look at it a little bit realistically, the Spurs played like crap in that game. Wemby and De'Aaron Fox, their two best players, combined for 21 points. The way this team is built, one of those guys could be off, or a Devin Vassell or a Steph Castle. One could be off, but not both. And as poorly as they played, and they were god-awful from three-point range, they still took a shot at the buzzer to win the game. And had that Julian Champagnie shot gone down, it was a great look. All the issues in Game 1 would have still been there, but you would have felt better that you were up 1-0. And then, of course, the blowout in Game 2, which that wasn't real either. And, was Minnesota happy with the split? And, once that lead got away, for the Spurs, I mean, Minnesota shut it down. Nobody played a lot of minutes. And you're right. I think Game 3, more reflective of what we thought every game in this series would be like, and that's a dogfight.
Yeah, how do you see tonight's game going, Jason? Because, look, the series isn't over by any means, right? Minnesota's going to try and tie it up tonight. Then we got a best-of-3 going back to San Antonio. So with how the last couple games have went, do you think the Spurs continue to roll, or do you think Minnesota's got a chance to win the game tonight?
They've got a chance to win the game. I'm trying to figure out the line because it's still 4.5 Spurs as the favorite. And, and Vegas is rarely wrong. They had the Spurs 9.5 or 10, depending on where you were looking for Game 1, and it was about the same for Game 2. And I'm like, Game 2's number made no sense to me after what we saw in Game 1, yet the Spurs were up 47 at one point in that game. They do win and cover, the other night, but at the same time, I think tonight's game is going to be very similar to what we saw in Game 3. Minnesota obviously is going to be the desperate team. But, man, Anthony Edwards played a ton of minutes the other night and not a lot of rest time, and he's got those two bad knees. As dominant as he was, and it looked like on those two bad knees, he might be able to drag the Timberwolves to the finish line, but he's going to have some help. And I don't know where that help is going to come from because the defense for the San Antonio Spurs has just been dominant.
Yeah, and it was weird. I was saying earlier in the show, Jason, it felt like the complexion around the second round series has changed a little bit. The first round series across the NBA playoffs were all about defense and big men. I think the other series in the second round have become more about protecting the basketball, not making bad decisions and hitting your threes. But it stays the same in this series. It's about big men and defense. And Wemby is just a man on a mission right now. What's the number? I think if you ranked all the teams this postseason in blocks per game, it's Pistons 8.5, Spurs 8.3, Thunder 6.3, Lakers 6.3. Wemby as a human, a singular person, has 5.6 blocks a game. So clearly the complexion of this series has remained from the first round. It's about big men and defense. As long as Wemby is playing the way he is, I mean, is there any worry about this thing getting away from them again? Or is it, hey, just bring on the Thunder. We're ready for him.
I think the term that Greg Popovich always used, and I think it certainly applies here, is having the appropriate fear. Because even Chris Finch, belly aching about those should have been goaltending calls, hasn't bought him a goaltending call yet because they're blocks. He just does superhuman things that we've never seen before. And when you watch it in real time, you don't know how that was humanly possible. And, but the defense is going to be there. I think for the Spurs, it comes down to three-point shooting and really De'Aaron Fox. One of the things that surprised me after the Game 2 win is Mitch Johnson, and I'm paraphrasing, said that he didn't have to challenge De'Aaron Fox, but did remind him that he sets the tone. And everybody plays off of him. He doesn't have to wait till the final 5 minutes. And I thought, man, what a strange thing to say about a guy who's a veteran in this league, the second best player on this team, who is clearly the quarterback, that the coach in a post-game press conference would say, I didn't challenge him, but I did remind him from the get-go, you have to be good. And he had a bit of a slow start in Game 3, but got rolling. But he does. He kind of sets the pace. And when De'Aaron Fox is in attack mode, everything else falls into place for the Spurs.
Jason, have you guys compared Wemby to anybody else across other sports? Because I think he's almost, to me, it's like a little Ohtani-ish, where Ohtani, when he was coming over from Japan, we heard about the pitching and the hitting, and we could see glimpses of it early, and now obviously what he's turned into, and people are talking about one of the greatest of all time. Wemby, it feels like the same thing, comes over from France. We all see the size, the shooting, all these things, and now we're seeing him scratch the surface, and it's like, if this guy stays healthy, who knows what he could be 4 or 5 years. I'm curious if there are any comparisons that you guys have compared Wemby to, maybe across other sports.
I mean, Ohtani, Ichiro, I mean, you go back and you just look at what some of these guys do. And to a certain degree, maybe even like a Travis Hunter. I mean, because he does everything, but you can't compare Wemby to anything because we've never seen anything like it. He's Kevin Durant, but taller. He's got the ability to, defend like Akeem, and he's been working out with Akeem. He spent some time with the Dream over the summer and even said the other night that little shot off the glass towards the end when they were closing things out in the fourth, he said that was something that he learned from Akeem Olajuwon. He spent part of the summer with some monks, living monk life, so he can stay calm. You can't compare Wemby to anybody else in any other sport because he's like 3 or 4 dudes in one, and he does it all well. He's got the game of a Kevin Durant, but he can handle the basketball. He can get in there and play defense. He does need to bulk up, and he will over time. Keep in mind, I mean, he's 22. He's not even in his prime yet, but he can hang down low with some of those guys. He's just a freak of nature.
Jason Minix of the Blitz afternoons on San Antonio Sports Star ESPN Radio with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Let's assume there's a time in this series or down the stretch at some point, whether it's this series or maybe the Western Conference Finals against the Thunder, or I would think most people in San Antonio are knocking on wood and hoping beyond that. Let's assume there's a time where Wemby hits a rough patch and doesn't look like the monster that he's looked like throughout the bulk of these playoffs, Jason. What is the formula then for this team? I imagine we saw it a little bit against Portland in the first round, but in your mind and in the organization's mind, what's the plan if there's got to be a time where Wemby isn't on or not available?
Well, you saw game 1, and the Spurs still had a chance to win that game, and he was awful. 0 of 8 from three-point range. And I think that's one of the knocks on his game, or where a lot of fans here in San Antonio or talk show hosts here in San Antonio get frustrated with him when he's taking that many outside shots and not in rhythm. You're 7-4, 7-8, whatever he is on that particular day. Go get the easy stuff and don't quit taking a 3 early in the shot clock. But that's part of his game. And but like in game 1, he was 0 of 8. De'Aaron Fox was 0 of 4, so combined they're 0 of 12 and 21 points, and again had a chance to win. He had the concussion in the first series, but he did miss a lot of time. Remember, he barely qualified for the postseason awards. It was work to get him to the 65 game minimum, and yet this team won a lot of games without him. And I think that's this year when we realize this Spurs team is way ahead of schedule, that this is a better overall roster than most thought coming into the season. And I think maybe even the Spurs didn't realize how good they were, because it's not like they made a move at the deadline to say, you know what, we've got something here. Let's make a move and let's go for it. I know on our show, we were, what about this? What about that? They still kind of need a sniper, a three-point shooter, some help down front, down low, you know, in Luke Cornett and Wemby, and then who, right? So Mason Plumlee. I mean, so they need some depth there. But when you look at a Devin Vassell and you look at a Steph Castle along with De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper, the rookie, has just been phenomenal. Carter Bryant with energy off the bench. So this is a better roster than most people give them credit for. It's a lot more than just Vic.
The thing I love about the playoffs, Jason, is teams find out what they need to work on to get better, right? It kind of exposes your weaknesses when you get into these playoff series. And the Spurs, as you highlighted, they're a very good team. They're a deep team, and they got a bright future. But watching early on in these playoffs, what is something, and maybe you already knew this coming into the postseason, but is there something that maybe Minnesota or Portland has kind of exposed up to this point that you would expect the Spurs to target in the offseason, or something they need to get better at?
You know, I mean, I love Julian Champagnie, and he's a great story, but he's icy hot when it comes to his three-point shooting. And, but then, you know, most guys are that consistent three-point shot, because you need that in today's NBA game. I think really for this Spurs team, Devin Vassell accepting his role. At one point, Devin Vassell was the best player on the team. And even last year, I don't know that he knew he wasn't the best player on the team. So Mitch Johnson should get a lot of credit for convincing him that, dude, you're maybe the third or fourth best player. Same with Keldon Johnson, who at one point was the best player on this team. And Greg Popovich took him to the Olympics. Keldon won a gold medal, and you were a starter, and now you're coming off the bench. And he played all 82 games and won Sixth Man of the Year. The buy-in and the unselfishness of this team is incredible, and it's a special group in that way. But at times, kind of going back to De'Aaron Fox, you got to be selfish, and De'Aaron Fox kind of needs to be selfish. But this team still needs that consistent three-point threat.
When you talk about Champagnie, because you brought it up a couple times, Champagnie, the streakiness beyond the arc, taking that final shot in game one. I know a lot of people had criticisms of that. Why wasn't the ball funneled back to Wemby in that situation? Is there... I can't imagine there's any level of concern about Wemby not wanting to take the big shot in the big moment, but is there a concern that if you run up against a team who is deep and strong and physical inside, that it is going to push things outside to where Wemby has to take more of those shots from volume beyond the arc, and maybe even some of the more important shots? If they're not Wemby, there's somebody else. They're Champagnie, they're Vassell, they're Castle, somebody. If the Spurs get pushed into a perimeter game, is there a concern about Wemby specifically in this team as a whole?
No, and I think for the Spurs as a whole, and Steph Castle's kind of showing some of the toughness that this team does have. You know, in this series has gotten a little bit chippy, and Steph Castle's right there. There are some good three-point shooters, and Wemby is that way. But like every basketball team, don't get pushed out there. You know, they've got to dictate where their spots are going to be. And in game one, Minnesota did push them out a little bit. And no fear about Wemby taking a game-winning shot. I know there was a lot of debate at the end of game one, and you brought it up. You know, you think about there was hesitation by Wemby on the rebound. That was mistake one. I think he thought they were going to call a timeout. Mitch Johnson said, push it. Great pass. There was no time. Julian Champagnie got the look. I mean, it was a great look, and he was the best shooter that night. Playing armchair quarterback the next day, you know, you're down two. Yeah, I liked Devin Vassell, who was streaking towards the middle uncovered. You make that pass if there's time, and he makes a bucket. We got 5 more minutes, and who knows. But Wemby was nowhere in the picture because he had the rebound and the outlet pass. So there was no chance of him getting the ball back to take a potential game-winning shot. And I agree with Mitch Johnson not taking the time out there. I know there's always a lot of debate. It's kind of like going for it on fourth down. When you don't make it, why the hell did you do that? I like the no time out there, because what were they going to run, a set play for Wemby or De'Aaron Fox, both of who were struggling, and you allow Minnesota's defense to get set? I like the way it played out. The shot just didn't drop.
Yeah, no doubt. Jason, looking ahead, if they do get past Minnesota, they'll face OKC in the Western Conference Final. And coming into the playoffs, a lot of people expected that matchup. The Spurs fans knew that if they got Oklahoma City, it wasn't going to be easy. Watching their first 7 games go 7-0, the way that Lakers series is gone, where they just go on these runs, and next thing you know, a 4-point game turns into a 20-point game. Are Spurs fans even more nervous? Are they like, man, OKC is even better than we thought? Or are they as good as they thought, and they still go back to how well the Spurs played them in the regular season?
I think the regular season matchups are going to come into play big time when and if the Spurs finish off the Timberwolves, and that is what we're going to get in the Western Conference Finals. The idea, it's funny how the conversations shift, because, you get Portland in the first round, the Spurs do, and then you're setting up for a Timberwolves team, not Denver, and Denver gives the Spurs so many problems. You get Minnesota without Anthony Edwards. Hey, crap, Anthony Edwards is back for game 1. Now this series has gotten tougher, but I think playing Minnesota, and I think game 1 was the welcome to the NBA moment for the Spurs. No disrespect meant to Portland, but Portland this year is where everybody thought the Spurs were going to be. Happy to get into the playoffs. But the Spurs and Oklahoma City do match up well, and defensively I think is going to be the key. It's just been too easy for Oklahoma City. They haven't had to break a sweat yet, and I think this series with Minnesota will have the Spurs a little bit better prepared. But I said this on my show, 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, and I stand by it. You watch this Spurs team and you go, who's going to beat them 4 times? You watch Oklahoma City and you say the same thing. Who's going to beat them 4 times? Through the playoffs, who can beat them once? But, I think that will be a fun series when and if the Spurs do finish off Minnesota.
Jason, great stuff. We love catching up with you. We reserve the right to check in with you again during the Western Conference Finals.
Anytime, man, anytime.
We appreciate it. Jason Minix of the Blitz afternoons on the San Antonio Sports Star ESPN Radio. I think that is a good question that we'll be talking about a lot over the next week or two, PJ, is does iron sharpen iron, and do you get yourself in playoff shape and ready for a battle in the Western Conference Final via this series against Minnesota? Or in the case of Oklahoma City, would you rather just, I don't want to say coast, but fly through the first 2 rounds and get to the conference finals in great shape, maybe getting, like you said, your number 2 player back at that point in the lineup, feeling healthy, feeling well-rested and ready to go?
Chris, I know we're getting ready to talk college basketball, but I think a good comp right now for me, the way the NBA is shaping out, is similar to college basketball this past year, where you had Michigan, Arizona, and Duke as the 3 best teams, and it looks like OKC, the Spurs, and the Knicks, right? I think right now the Knicks are Duke, where, like Jason said, you watch OKC and San Antonio play, who's going to beat those teams 4 times? It was like when you watched Arizona and Michigan play this past year. You look at those 2 teams and you're like, that's the best team in the country. No, that's the best team in the country, where Duke was kind of just there all year. And I think I feel that way about the Knicks. So I don't think the Knicks are going to win it, but they're really good. And then the Spurs and OKC, I think, are Michigan and Arizona, where we look at those 2 teams as the best. When they played each other, that necessarily wasn't the case. And I think it kind of might be the same way when OKC goes up against San Antonio, but I'd love to see that series.
Yeah, we're going to get it, I think. We're very, very close to making it official, at least on OKC's side. Coming up top of the hour, we get into some baseball with our boy Jake Hassan. We're going to power rank our favorite games as the NFL schedule will get set on Thursday night, the ones we're most looking forward to where they're going to end up on the schedule. But coming up next, you heard PJ allude to it. Something wasn't even broken. They tried to fix it, and now it's all foobarred. It's a mess. We'll talk about it next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day. Jay Kassan at the top of the hour to talk baseball. In about 30 minutes, we will power rank, as we like to do here on BetMGM Game Day, PJ and I, our top 5 games. We're looking forward to seeing where they land when the NFL schedule is released on Thursday night. And coming up in just a minute, something wasn't even broken and they went and tried to fix it. But we have been going around the room, so to speak, here on BetMGM Game Day, talking to everyone about their favorite mom-related sports memories. And I was supposed to warn our executive producer, Zach, that I was going to bring him into the conversation at this point, but I failed to do so during the break. Nonetheless, because he's always prepared, Boy Scout style, he is still ready to go. So, Zach, PJ shared his story of going to Wimbledon with his mom. I shared a couple about my mom being totally bipolar when it comes to sports. What's your favorite mom-related sports memory?
Yeah, Chris, I'll take you guys behind the scenes a bit. So growing up, my dad was my Little League baseball coach. He's super into sports just as much as we are. That's a big reason why I love him. But my mom is kind of the opposite. Not that she doesn't like sports, but she just didn't really grow up around them. She doesn't really know what's going on. But with that being said, she tried her best to make it to as many of my Little League baseball games as possible. And one memory that really sticks out to me is I must have been maybe 8 or 9 years old when I first started playing. I was in the dugout. My mom was with all the other parents in foul territory in her chair in the grass watching the game. And one of my teammates hit a foul ball towards the parents. And she didn't get hit or anything, like nothing happened. But the foul ball is coming their way, and a bunch of the parents yell, "Heads up!" And she just had no idea what they meant. She was just looking into space. Like, a couple of them stood up, moved out of the way. But, yeah, she had no idea what was going on. And she came this close to getting hit. Like, not too close, but, like, closer than you would hope. And it's really because she had no idea what heads up meant. But I always appreciated her going to my Little League games. So that would be the story that pops to mind for me.
That's great. She took heads up literally and popped up to see what was going on and nearly got clocked. That's it's Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, whether they were crazy into sports like some of ours or not at all. I definitely get that because my wife is not into sports at all. I tried to explain to her the other day why it was hilarious that Omar Khan didn't know where Aaron Rodgers was and she didn't even know who Omar was, which you would think living in Pittsburgh, a sports crazy city, she would understand that. But nope. Not at all, PJ. Just totally off the radar for some moms, but they still embrace it as because their kids are into it. Like that's the best part of being a parent is you embrace what your kids are into.
I absolutely love it. Is your are your kids are they really into sports at all? Like, will they sit down, watch Steelers games with you, Pirates games?
Yeah, my son's obsessed with NFL and the Madden and 2K basketball, all of that. So he very much likes to go in the driveway and try to beat me at basketball, and usually I let him. And my daughter was into travel softball for a while. She's a junior in high school now, so she's backed off of it just a little bit. But they've both grown up in it, so they don't really have much of a choice. We grew up, PJ, with an NCAA tournament that was perfect. It was 64 teams, and it started on Thursday afternoon. And, we saw this coming when we went to 65 and 68. We knew it would continue to expand. But 76 teams now, PJ. It was approved this week by the NCAA. And I don't know what my biggest concern about this is because I've got so many. But I know one of the things I will dislike most about this is that you've now got 8 games that are going to be played the first 2 days of Tuesday and Wednesday, the play-in rounds, if you want to call them that won't get picked on brackets and really make this, I think, less accessible to just the average everyday person. Like Karen in accounting is not going to be filling out the brackets nearly the same way as she did before, I wouldn't think.
100%. It's just like, I think most of us agree when we watch those first 4 games on Tuesday and Wednesday, like it doesn't really feel like March Madness, even though those are postseason games and they count towards the bracket. Like it's just not the same feel as Thursday and Friday, which is why, Chris, initially when this news came out, I absolutely hated it. But the fact that Thursday and Friday still remain untouched and we still get the 16 games on both of those days, I can tolerate it. What I hate about this is that this only tells me that soon we're going from 76 to probably like 96, right? That move is only inevitable upcoming, which I hate. And then the other thing is that Danny Hurley said it best, playing in the tournament should be a privilege. And this was an all-time bad bubble this past year in March Madness. So now by like allowing all these other teams, you're going to allow like 6-12 SEC teams in and like 7-11 ACC. And like nobody wants that, you know? No. So that to me is the biggest issue, is you're putting teams in the playoffs that shouldn't be playoff teams. And I also hate that the move to 76 means that only, another move is coming in the foreseeable future. But I don't think it's as bad, Chris, because Thursday and Friday remain untouched with the 16 games. So the fact that they still haven't touched that yet, I'm still like, okay.
Yeah, I do worry about, if you're going to force me to watch, in the case of this season, more Auburn or more Oklahoma, right. Those should be the quote-unquote meaningless play-in games that we get on Tuesday and Wednesday. I hate to see teams win their conference tournament in these small conferences, and congratulations, your reward is you get to play on Tuesday or Wednesday before you then get into the field of 64. That's the part I think that bothers me the most. I think it's another nail in the coffin of Cinderella, because it's going to become that much harder for those teams to go anywhere.
And to your point, if this expansion means that you put more of the mid-major teams in, awesome. Sure. But if this means that you're putting more of the Power 4 teams in that none of us want to see, then it kind of sucks. But yeah, it's brutal. We all knew the move was coming. Like you said, 64 was perfect. 68, great too. We're cool with that. 76, it's like it's only a matter of time before we're heading towards the 80s or the 90s, and then it's really going to be a problem.
Yeah, that's when it starts to spin out of control. And once, you said, if we lose the structure of Thursday and Friday of the NCAA tournament, the games starting at noon, having them all day through the evening, 16 games each day, that's when we'll really lose what I think the essence of the NCAA tournament was all about for those of us that love it. Even for the average everyday people like Karen in accounting who just want to get involved by filling out a bracket with their favorite mascots. Coming up next, are the Phillies back on track, plus everything else going on in Major League Baseball? Jake Hassan will join us next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
What chaos could ensue at the NBA draft lottery later this afternoon? We'll be on live as it happens to let you know how exactly it could shake out. Do we get another ridiculous outcome for the first overall pick? It's a pretty deep draft, so maybe as long as you're in the top 4 or 5, you're in a good spot. We'll talk about it a little bit later and get you ready for Knicks Sixers and Spurs Timberwolves as well. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. You're always welcome to be a part of the conversation as well. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We'll catch up on the Stanley Cup playoffs with Max Boltman of the Athletic Hockey Show in 1 hour. Can anybody beat Carolina as they've swept their way into the Eastern Conference Finals? If you're looking to get in on any action, let baseball be the action you're in on, especially with Jay Kassan coming up in just a second. He'll tell you what to bet on. BetMGM players will receive an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token this weekend. To use either one of them, add MLB bets to your bet slip, activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either one of them, you get extra winnings in unrestricted bonus bets. It is one of my favorite pieces of reading, and I mean that in all sincerity, every afternoon. Hassan's Hacks, the Substack is up. Go subscribe, my friends. Check him out on Off the Board and the You and the Show on Game Day Garage as well. Our good friend Jake Hassan joins BetMGM Game Day. Jake, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. And first, please allow me to be the first to wish both of your mothers a happy Mother's Day. And Chris, your wife, of course. And yeah. PJ, I think you're still as single as ever, which is great. Sydney Sweeney 3 seed. But, to your mom as well, PJ. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Jake. To yours as well.
To Mrs. Hassan as well, yes. A happy Mother's Day as well as we celebrate here on BetMGM Game Day. I'm going to start you with this. Is there any chance in hell, because the Phillies seem to have shown some life, but is there any chance in hell anybody can catch the Braves in the NL East?
All right. I'm just going to get ahead of this one. Listen, as somebody holding a Miami Marlins 40-1 ticket on this division,
of course you are.
I'm going to say no, because I thought the Braves, with Schwellenbach starting on the injured list, and the pitching was in flux right off the bat, I didn't think the Braves were going to be this. And now their lineup, has been awesome. Ozzie Albies has completely bounced back to the all-star form we knew him from a couple years ago. Matt Olson is an MVP candidate, apparently. Like, we always knew he could hit bombs, but now he's just doing it all for them. They're still playing really well, even with Ronald Acuna Jr. on the injured list. Chris Sale is still a psychopath up there on the mound. And apparently Bryce Elder is just good now. So I guess the Braves, I think they're true World Series contenders, because all those guys that I mentioned who are injured right now, they're going to start coming back soon too. So there's reinforcements coming, and you know what the Braves are going to do. They're going to say, sure, let's bring Jorge Soler back for a third tour of duty here. Sure, let's take some random fifth starter from like the A's and let's just let it rip here. So I think the Braves are true World Series contenders. They've built themselves a nice lead, and I don't think they're going to stop.
Jake, in the AL Central, you have all 5 teams right now are decided by 3.5 games, so it is super close on May 10th. Who would be your pick as of right now to win the AL Central?
I'm going to say it. I kind of think it's the White Sox.
No way.
I kind of think it's the White Sox. I like what they're cooking with. I love their ceiling. Because let's just go through these other teams. With the Tigers, you have no Tariq Skubal. I don't care what Scott Boras says to all the insiders. Oh, he'll be back in 4 weeks. He had elbow surgery, and now the guy's going into free agency. We really think he's going to come out here and try and squeeze out 7 more starts for a couple extra $100 million. We know what he's capable of. He's the back-to-back reigning Cy Young winner. So, and even still, when he does come back, what is that going to look like? It's elbow surgery. Framber Valdez is serving him up because he's tipping his pitches. At least he's throwing at not his own teammates this time, I guess. So the Tigers, the pitching staff, I don't fully believe in. The Guardians are scrappy, and they'll find their way to 84 wins. But I still think that the White Sox have a higher ceiling, at least in star power, than them. The Guardians are out here trading for Patrick Bailey, who is just Austin Hedges from 10 years ago. Austin Hedges is already on the roster. So that to me is a whole zero. The Royals I want to believe in so badly, but if Bobby Witt Jr. is going to hit 1 home run a month, you're not going to get anything there. If Jack Caglione and Vinny Pasquantino are just going to be hot for 7 days at a time and then be on the back of a milk carton the other 28 days of a month, that's not how math works. The other 23 days of the month, I don't know that the Royals can do this. And then it's the White Sox. And the White Sox, to me, too, they have more guys, more prospects coming up. Braden Montgomery, I think, is an unbelievable outfield prospect. If he had been called up at the start of the year, I would have been betting him for Rookie of the Year. The White Sox might have the Rookie of the Year already with Munetaka Murakami. Then they have Hagen Smith coming as one of the best college pitchers we had seen a couple of years ago at Arkansas. Now he's coming. He's about ready as well to pair with Noah Schultz at the top of that rotation. And I like what Will Venable's doing as manager. So I'll say it. I think all these teams are crap, but I think the White Sox have the highest ceiling. And for that reason, I'll take them to win that division.
All right, you mentioned Scooble and the Tigers. I think I saw you lay out the case, because Jakey loves his long shots, for AL Cy Young. You said, I think you wrote a couple days ago, again, Hassan's Hack Substack, I read it every day, Framber, if the Tigers do, let's say it's not the White Sox, okay? Let's say it's not the dreamy, oh my God, out of nowhere Chicago White Sox. The Tigers assert themselves as the team in that division, and somebody's got to be the ace of the staff with Scooble out, so it would fall to Framber. Framber's, I think, 60-1 to win AL Cy Young right now. That sounds like, okay, we'll roll the dice on a long shot, but if we're looking at the rest of the field, is it somebody shorter at the top of the board like Cease or Schlittler or Fried? Where do you look at AL Cy Young?
Yeah, this is going to sound very classic Jake Hassan, anti-New York, anti-Yankee. I'm not going to try and bet Cam Schlittler at plus 230, plus 240. I think he's great. I think he's awesome. I think he's the rightful favorite right now. I'm not saying he shouldn't be. But this is a guy in his second full season in the league. It is experiencing his second full season. There's going to be regression at some point. So I'm not going to bet the worst of the number at 2-1. If you got the 100s, the 80s at the beginning of the year, good on you. You made a great bet. But if I'm betting AL Cy Young, and you're right, Chris, thank you for reading, love you, heart you, for reading HassanSacks.substack.com every day, by the way. If I was looking at AL Cy Young, I did say Framber, and then, of course, he went out there and got shelled by the Red Sox. So his number went from 40 to, like you said, now 60, 70. I think 70 is the best number out there right now. But you're right. He's a guy who has been in the vote. Now, here's a guy who has been in the voting for the last few years, especially as an Astro. He was a finalist. And this is what he does. He churns out innings. He's known as one of the better pitchers. I mean, look at the contract the Tigers gave him. He's seen as an elite pitcher. So he's somebody who can win. But I think if I'm looking at the rest of the board right now, and the best number on this guy is 27-1. It was 45 before his last start. I think Brian Wu has the juice. And I've been saying him since the beginning of the year. I think he's the best pitcher on that Mariners staff. Get Logan Gilbert out of my face. I'm done with that guy, and we'll talk about that one, about the bets for today in a minute. But get Logan Gilbert out of my face. George Kirby, he's got it, but he doesn't have it like Brian Wu does. Wu went out there and threw 6 innings, shut out 9 Ks in his last start. His number dropped $20. He went from 45-1 to 25-1. And I still think there's hashtag value on the 25-1. He finished in the voting. He was a finalist last year. He was 5th in the voting. So his arrow, and this is guys you want to bet on, guys who are entering their prime, their late 20s. The arrow's been up for the last couple of years for Brian Wu. I love him at 27, 25-1. I still think that's a good number. And speculatively, I wrote this too. If you want to get real nuts, this is Miller High Life money, as I used to say. Hunter Brown at 200-1. I just think that he has a couple starts under his belt before he hit the injured list with a shoulder strain. He's about to come back probably at the end of this month. So you still got to wait probably 2.5 more weeks. But if everybody else in this voting is going to pee down their leg like we saw with DeGrom, like we saw with Framber, like we saw with a bunch of these other guys, with Gilbert, these other mid-tier guys behind Schlittler, Cease, and Fried, I think we can get a little nutty here. And Brown finished 3rd in the voting last year. He had 2 really, really good starts to start the year. At 200-1, it's worth a speculative ad to me. it's worth a little bit. And also, just real quick, Cease, never in life. He's the new age Blake Snell, 5 innings, 11 Ks. Cool. This isn't 2023. Not going to win when you're going against guys who have way more innings in the same results.
Anything you would take in Rookie of the Year? Because you can get plus money for both the American League and National League. Do you have any positions in each of those markets? And do you think that there's anybody maybe worth betting at the current price?
Yeah, so I do think that, so I have Kevin McGonigal from spring training. I mean, and the number was 10-1. Like, it wasn't anything crazy because he was tearing up spring training. But there was a minute there where we thought he might get sent down and his number crashed for whatever reason. So I have a little McGonigal. I do think he's just going to win. Love Murakami, love the story. But with a big power hitter like that, there's going to be natural regression at some point where he goes like 0 for 30 with 15 Ks. It's just going to happen. McGonigal's just a better all-around player. If you want some value, somebody that I think is going to get better, I still like Carter Jensen for the Royals. I think he'll be in the voting come season's end, and we can all cry into our CLV sandwiches. But I think it'll be McGonigal and the AL at the end. And, I mean, NL, Nolan McLean, your favorite. You both know how I feel about pitchers in this market. He's great. He's great. I'm not saying he's not a very good pitcher. But come on. I mean, has anybody, Chris, I'm going to make you really happy. Has anybody been paying attention to what Connor Griffin's been doing? For the last, 2 weeks, the kid's hitting 400. He's got a couple of home runs, something like 4 or 5 doubles, a handful of stolen bases. If the Pirates go on and win that division, which I think they could and maybe will, especially once they start getting some reinforcements back, because Jared Jones is still dotting the corners at 100 miles an hour at AAA, I think Connor Griffin, we're still not paying enough attention. I still think 6-1 at the current price is a decent number for a guy that was plus 175 on the final day of spring training. I think Griffin there's a slow comeback point. That doesn't make sense, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's a slow coming back around to Griffin being the favorite. Sal Stewart's fallen off a cliff. JJ Weatherholt scares me a little bit. He's really good for the Cardinals, but Griffin's a superstar. You see it on a day-to-day basis. Griffin's an absolute stud, and I'm going to try and go against Nolan McLean anytime I can. I've been banging the table for Griffin, have been for 2 weeks. I'm going to continue to do so.
Jake Hassan with us here on BetMGM Game Day. Check out Off the Board, as well as the You and the Show. And, of course, make sure you're subscribed to Hassan's Hacks Substack. It's great reading every afternoon to get you ready to look at the Major League Baseball board and plenty of college baseball bets as well, with the conference tournaments coming up in a little over a week. Let's keep it in the NL Central, Jake. It doesn't even have to be from a betting angle. Just this division. The AL has fewer teams as a league above 500 than the National League Central. You mentioned Griffin and the Pirates. You mentioned Weatherholt and the Cardinals. The Cardinals are being very cardinally, as we were talking about during the break before we came back on the air. Just talk about the NL Central and whether you think, because the Cubs are sitting as comfortable as one can be in a tight division, atop that division, based off of that recent tear that they've been on. But is this a division that ends up cannibalizing itself, or do we legit have a shot at seeing 2 or 3 wild cards coming out of the Central?
I think both things can be true. I do think you're going to see this division cannibalize itself. I mean, the Cardinals, we were talking before we got back out of break. The Cardinals are way better than I thought they were going to be. I thought they'd be miserable. They're doing the Cardinal devil magic thing again, power of friendship, and just churn out 85 wins with Alec Burleson and a bunch of rookies. Sure, whatever. But I still like the Pirates. The Brewers doing their thing. They're going to zombie walk their way to 88 wins or so. I think the Reds could keep this up. The Reds were the hot, plucky team, the sexy team last year, kind of fell on their face and disappointed a lot of people. They're keeping it up this year, even though their pitching really hasn't been that good, and there's still no Hunter Green, by the way. But that lineup's pretty damn good. So I like what the Reds have. I think that there is going to be a separation at some point. I'll tell you something, though. The Cubs, as the favorite, I'm willing to bet against the Cubs. I don't think they have the pitching to be long-term. You saw the wheels start to fall off last night against the Rangers with Edward Cabrera. Matthew Boyd tore his meniscus picking up his daughter. Good father of the year, I guess. Great, wonderful. But then it's Jameson Taillon and Colin Ray. Have fun with that. I don't think that that's sustainable for the Cubs. They're going to have to slug their way to a division title. I think the Reds, I think the Pirates, and to an extent, even the Cardinals are more well-rounded.
Yeah, that'll be a fun race throughout the summer watching the NL Central. Jake, I want to take it over to college baseball because we do have the College World Series starting in about a month. We got conference tournaments in a couple of weeks. And right now in the futures market, you got a Big Ten team, because when I think Big Ten, I think UCLA. And then you have an ACC team in Georgia Tech. Those are your two favorites right now. Are those the rightful favorites? Because normally it's always an SEC team at the top. So the fact that you don't have an SEC team in one of the top two spots, that makes it interesting. There could be some value. What do you think of UCLA and Georgia Tech?
UCLA is the rightful favorite. They set the record for most consecutive weeks at number one, beating 2006 North Carolina for that record. They're great. They've given you no reason to think they shouldn't be number one. Georgia Tech, fraudulent. Wrote this in the Substack. As soon as that bracket comes out, I'm making bets against that team for somebody else to win that region. Want nothing to do with them. I still think it'll be someone out of the SEC, but we should be keeping an eye on Coastal Carolina too. I'm going to bet them to make it to Omaha once the tournament starts.
Jakey, run down the card for us for Sunday, whether it's college, MLB, what do you got?
Yeah, I got a bunch of MLB bets today. Going to stay away from college because as the regular season winds up, there's just weirdness happening, and I don't want to be furious more so than I usually am. So I got a bunch of MLB. Christopher Sanchez over 9.5 Ks. Let's climb those ladders against the Rockies. Top K percentage against left-handed pitching and on the road this year. I like the Rockies. They're plucky, but a getaway day against one of the best pitchers in the National League. Christopher Sanchez ladders 3-1 for the over 9.5. Give me the A's on the money line. I'm sorry, PJ. We have to fade Chris Bassett here.
We absolutely
horrendous.
Do. Yes, he is.
Severino on the road. He's way better on the road than at home in that Mickey Mouse ballpark in Sacramento. So give me the A's. I'll give Bryce Eldridge over 1.5 total bases, 2-1 for that. Bubba Chandler gets wrecked by left-handed pitching. Chris, you know this better than anybody. Eldridge hit his first homer last night for the Giants. You're getting 2-1 for over 1.5 total bases like that. Go back to Connor Griffin. How about Griffin to steal a base at plus 485 today? The Giants just traded away Patrick Bailey, as I mentioned. He's a platinum-level defender. Now they're going to a rookie at catcher. Griffin's looking for his 10th steal. He's fast, man. So give me Griffin at a great price to steal a base. White Sox on the money line. Get Logan Gilbert out of my face. I'm so sick of this guy. And then I'll go a favorite. Diamondbacks on the money line. The Mets are doing a bullpen game. Really? We're going to make – come on. Give me the Diamondbacks at home.
Beautiful stuff, Jake. Make sure that you are subscribed to Hassan's Hacks on Substack for all of that and more every single day. Could you imagine getting that level of energy, PJ, in your email every afternoon as you're dragging through the 2 o'clock hour? Bing! All of a sudden, Hassan's Hacks shows up and makes your afternoon. Jake, we appreciate it, brother.
Anytime, guys. Love you. XOXO.
Yes, sames. Off the board and the you and the show on Game Day Garage as well. If you want more of that from Jake. If there is a single human on earth you needed me to tail on college baseball bets, PJ, it would be Jake Hassan.
Facts. I don't know how he does it, where he finds the time to watch all this baseball. It feels like every time I look at his Instagram story or something, he's out and about in Chicago. And the next thing I know, he's dropping knowledge on me about like the Giants backup catcher. Jake doesn't sleep. He just watches baseball. God bless him. And you're right. I tail all his picks. I love the Connor Griffin look. That's a great angle with Patrick Bailey getting traded away. I think I'm going to go tail that at the break.
He watches baseball, he works out, and he drinks Malort. That's Jake Hassan. We appreciate his time today. Coming up next, the schedule is released in the NFL Thursday night. PJ and I will power rank the 5 matchups we're most looking forward to finding out where they're going to land on that schedule. That next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Big day with the NBA playoffs continuing, Stanley Cup playoffs as well, and the search for Aaron Rodgers continuing somewhere in the vicinity of Pittsburgh. We'll talk to Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation about everything going on in the NFL, not just the Rodgers saga, coming up at 3 Eastern. So a little bit more than 90 minutes from now. Also in the final hour of the show, the 3 o'clock Eastern hour, we'll be keeping an eye on what's going on with the NBA draft lottery because there could be massive fallout, obviously, on someone unexpected leaping up into the top 4 or maybe even the first overall pick. That is on the way. Max Bultman of the Athletic Hockey Show in about 34 minutes as well. And coming up in about 20 minutes, this is why I only watch horse racing 1 day a year, not 3 days a year. We'll get into that. But alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack here on Westwood One Sports, inside your Westwood One Sports app, as well as your Odyssey app. The NFL schedule is going to be released on Thursday night, PJ. We will spend the 24 to 48 hours in the immediate aftermath of that. I'm sure even next Sunday we'll be talking about it as well here on BetMGM Game Day. The placement of games and where they ended up on the schedule. You mentioned it earlier in relation to Rodgers and whether he's actually back with the Steelers or not, and that affects how many primetime games they get. The Chiefs, when they get their standalone window games because of Mahomes and his health. There's a lot of different questions to be asked about where these games will be placed on the schedule. And so, in true BetMGM Game Day fashion, we thought we would power rank the 5 games we are most interested, most curious, most excited to see where they land on the schedule. Our top 5 matchups that we're most curious about where they end up. PJ, I'll let you lead us off. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of overlap because there are some real marquee games, but we may rank them differently. We'll see where it falls.
So my prediction is that we're going to agree on 3 of our 5 games. Like when I was making this list, I'm like, I think a majority of people will have these 3, and then 4 or 5 is kind of like up to your interpretation or what you prefer. My 5th game, though, Chris, I'll start with the Bills at the Patriots. The way those 2 games went last year with New England going into Buffalo on Sunday night, beating them, and then the return game in Foxborough when the Pats had the 21-0 lead, Bills come all the way back. And then just now with all the stuff going on with Vrabel and the Patriots, and they come off the Super Bowl, and are they going to have a hangover? And the fact that it's a divisional game, the Bills are this team that with Josh Allen are the standard, but with the Patriots now off the Super Bowl and winning the division, it's just very intriguing. So that is my number 5 game for me, is going to be the Bills at the Patriots. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to go back and forth with you?
No, go ahead. Run through your 5.
So that's my 5. Bills at Patriots. 4, I'm going to do the Chiefs at the Seahawks. I'm excited for this game. Kenneth Walker going back to Seattle is going to be a lot of fun. Watching Mahomes against that defense, I'm very excited for. And Chris, I love these type of games, man. AFC, NFC, where you only see Kansas City and Seattle once every 8 years. You figure that's going to be a prime time game, so Mahomes has to deal with all that crowd noise in the 12s. I'm really excited for that chess match between Andy Reid and Mike McDonald, and then the Kenneth Walker storyline as well. I think will be a lot of fun. So Chiefs, Seahawks, number 4 for me. Number 3, Packers at Bears. I mean, both games we got at Soldier Field last year between those two teams were instant classic. The regular season game, and then certainly the playoff game that everybody in Chicago will always remember. A lot of people feel like this is the best rivalry in the NFL because it's the oldest rivalry. These two cities do not like each other. These two franchises do not like each other. And now it's great, Chris, is the two head coaches despise each other. Ben Johnson absolutely hates Matt LaFleur, which is awesome. So it's great to have the Bears back. It's great to have them relevant, and it's great to have this rivalry back. I can't wait to watch this latest chapter of Packers at Bears. So that is my number 3. Ravens at Steelers, number 2.
Yeah,
and Chris, I mean, you're a Steelers guy. I'm a Ravens guy. Most people, though, I think would agree, even if you're not a fan of those teams, year after year for the last 20 years, the best game is Ravens-Steelers. And when it's in Pittsburgh, it's just different because it's usually always a primetime game. And the way that game ended last year, Chris, with the Steelers going to the playoffs and Luke missing the kick, the fact that it's going to be the first iteration we have of no Tomlin and no Harbaugh for nearly 20 years. It's going to be awesome. So I'm looking forward to that game. And then number 1 has got to be the rematch of last year's NFC title game, the Rams at the Seahawks, arguably the two best teams in the NFL, division rivals. We all agreed that last year when those two teams played, that was the de facto Super Bowl. And if they meet again in the playoffs, it could very well end up being the same case. So Rams at Seahawks, that game, I mean, all 3 games that those teams played last year were unbelievable. They all came down to the wire, and I expect that game to be no different. So my top 5, Rams, Seahawks, the game I'm most excited for, Ravens at Steelers 2, Packers at Bears 3, Chiefs at Seahawks 4, and Bills at Patriots 5.
So, you were right. We do have some matches in our lists, and I'll get to mine in a second here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser as we power rank the 5 games. We're most excited to see where they fall on the NFL schedule Thursday night. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive and get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. But only 2 of them do we have matches on, PJ. So I'll get to where we differ in just a second here, but only 2 do we match on. Number 5 for me, although you've got a very strong list, and I like it. I like Buffalo, New England. I like Green Bay, Chicago. I like your top 2. All solid matchups. Number 5 for me is Broncos at Patriots. And let me tell you why I think we get this early in the year. I think we get this early in the year because obviously it's the AFC Championship game rematch, but in Foxborough rather than in Denver, and with Bo Nix rather than without Nix, and probably without the weather that we got playing a huge part in the second half of the AFC Championship game. But also, look, the league isn't going to admit it, but they would love to capitalize on the heat around Mike Vrabel. It's not going to be a storyline. They're not going to talk about it on the broadcast. And in fact, they'll probably be told not to really explicitly mention it. But they're, depending on who the crew is, maybe we get this on like a Thursday night and Al Michaels just sort of slyly slides something in there. Well, with all the issues Mike Vrabel faced this offseason, I think it sets up for a really juicy early Thursday night matchup in primetime, the AFC Championship game rematch between the Broncos and the Patriots. But like I said, with Nix, probably without the weather, and with all the Vrabel nonsense included. So I have that number 5, Broncos-Patriots. Number 4, another Patriots game. And again, I think we probably get it early in the year in order to capitalize on what remains of the Vrabel heat, even though the networks won't want to explicitly mention it. It's a Super Bowl rematch. We got the Patriots going out to the Pacific Northwest to face the Seahawks. I absolutely love a Super Bowl rematch. Whether we think both teams deserve to be there or not, whether we think the Super Bowl was actually a good game or not, it wasn't. All of those things included, I want Patriots and Seahawks. I can't wait to see where that lands on the schedule. Again, with it being a rematch of a late playoff game last year, I think that's one of the ones I'm most looking forward to happening early in the season. Number 3 for me. Like you said, we're both AFC North guys. But this does not involve my Steelers, PJ. It involves the return of Trey Hendrickson to Cincinnati with your Baltimore Ravens. It's an AFC North rivalry. My hope would be that we get both a healthy Joe Burrow and a healthy Lamar Jackson. I think you roll all that up. You've got a really great matchup. 2 teams. I think the Bengals, obviously, I've said this a couple times, have to get back into the playoffs. Just for Zach Taylor's job security's sake, they have to get back into the playoffs. So Ravens, Bengals, could be a battle depending on when it happens for the AFC North crown. Love that matchup at number 3. Number 2, you mentioned it already. Everything that goes into it. No Tomlin, no Harbaugh, Mike McCarthy, Jesse Minter, Tyler Loop kicking at Heinz Field. I'll never call it Acrisure Stadium again. And just the nature of the rivalry, it's got to be Ravens at Steelers. This is not one that you can just drop in late September. This one has to be played in November or December with some chill in the air, maybe some precipitation, hopefully a healthy Lamar Jackson. We'll see if it's Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers. Most likely will be. But that is one that even if I weren't a Steelers fan and you weren't a Ravens fan, PJ, that is one we would have circled on the calendar as an NFL fan at large. You want to see Ravens Steelers because it always means something. Both teams could go, it could be the final week of the season and both teams could go in 6-10 with no hope of making the playoffs. They would still try to just knock the crap out of each other. So doesn't matter where it is. Steelers Ravens is one I'm looking forward to. And then number 1, I hate to agree because it's not exactly great for sports talk radio, but I have to agree. It's Rams Seahawks. That's the one. Rematch of the NFC Championship game. Hopefully late in the year. The 2 best teams in the league, I think, in my opinion. Overall, most talented, deepest, some of the best coaches. Rams Seahawks is number 1 for me as well. So we match on 1 and 2 at Rams Seahawks, Ravens Steelers. You had Packers Bears. I had that in the mix on my board, so to speak. You had Bills Patriots, a good call as well. Chiefs Seahawks, I definitely had an eye on. I think Kenneth Walker III going back to Seattle will be an interesting storyline there, as well as Mahomes and where he's at, depending on when that game is played. And then anything involving the Patriots and Vrabel, I think early in the year is going to have some added extra heat to it.
I'm very interested to see, Chris, what they end up doing with the Patriots in week 1, especially if Vrabel's the coach, when that is the game that ends up having the most heat on it. Do they just bury them in a 1 o'clock CBS game? Like last year, they opened up against the Raiders. Do they do something similar where it's just one of those games buried in the 1 o'clock slate? Or do they put them on prime time against the Bills or against the Broncos and kind of add fuel to the fire? It's going to be very interesting to see what they end up doing. I always love seeing the first things I look for when the schedule comes out, Chris, obviously who my team's playing, the Ravens. I go to their schedule first, but then it's the week 1 slate and then it's the Thanksgiving slate. Those are the 2 things after I look at the Ravens schedule that I'm most intrigued because you want to see what are the games that we kick off the season with, and then Thanksgiving. And I know the NFL's taking over Christmas too, so I probably have to put that in the rotation. What's the Christmas Day games as well? But usually week 1 and Thanksgiving, those are the first things that I look at.
My favorite thing to do, as soon as it's up, and it gets posted pretty quickly these days, somebody will print that color-coded 18-week schedule grid with all 32 teams across the top and 32 down the side. And you sit there and you're like, oh, yeah, this week's going to be good. And then you start to think about your fantasy teams. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be missing this guy, that guy, and this guy. And I know it really ultimately means nothing about the wins and losses, but it's just fun to look at because you want to know, like you said, what am I going to be watching on Thanksgiving? What am I going to be watching on Christmas? Who is my favorite team playing week 1 and then late in the year? How many division games do they have stacked up? How many are on the road? I think it's moved from dorky football fan thing, which I would qualify both of us as. We love the intricacies of this stuff. It's graduated to, I think every fan now is into the schedule release, the way it's been manipulated over the last couple of years, and just wanting to dive into, especially in mid-May, when it feels like we've been without football forever, and we start to think the juices start to flow for mini camps and training camps in a couple of months. It gives you that realization that football is not that far off on the horizon.
100%. I'm with you. I know exactly what grid you're talking about. I can't wait for that one. Chris, I'm just so excited for the week 1 games to drop and we get lines on these games, because on a lot of these games, like imagine last year the schedule comes out, you're seeing it's Broncos Chiefs on Christmas and they drop a line like Chiefs -6.5, right? Then flash forward, we're on Christmas night. The Broncos closes a 13.5-point favorite in that game because they end up getting the 1 seed and Chris Ludacune is starting for Kansas City. So I always love seeing the initial lines when everybody's healthy. We have all these perceptions around what these teams are going to be. And then what ends up happening like later in the year. Or as we were talking off air, I mean, the Patriots lost to the Raiders in week 1. New England was a 2.5-point favorite in that game. Chris, if they played that game in week 16, New England would have been a 14.5-point favorite at home. So it's just, it's crazy. I love looking at that stuff.
We'll get back into the NFL a little bit later with Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation and the Pump Fake with Todd Haley. That coming up around 3 Eastern. We'll talk to Jarrett about the upcoming schedule release, the officials coming to a deal with the league, so no replacement refs this season. Plus all the Aaron Rodgers nonsense, Juwan Jennings to Minnesota. Plenty to talk about with Jarrett later. Top of the hour, we'll get into the Stanley Cup playoffs with Max Bultman of the Athletic Hockey Show. But coming up next, this is exactly why I only watch horse racing for 1 day a year. And it's a shame it's going to go down this way, but it's going to go down this way. We'll tell you exactly what's happening next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up top of the hour, Stanley Cup playoffs. We've already got one team through to the conference finals as the Hurricanes swept their way through Philly after sweeping Ottawa in the first round. We'll talk to Max Boltman of the Athletic Hockey Show. Plus, we'll preview today's NBA playoff games. Big game fours in Philly and the Twin Cities. Knicks Sixers tip right around 3:40 Eastern. Spurs T-Wolves tip right around 7:40 Eastern. Before all that, we'll have the NBA draft lottery, and we'll actually be on the air the final hour of the show during the NBA draft lottery, reacting to how that goes down. Maybe we get another ridiculous first overall lottery ping pong ball bouncing the way of a team, or maybe we go chalk. We'll see how it goes, and we'll break it all down for you. In about an hour, we will draft one of our patented BetMGM Game Day drafts, Sitcom Moms, because it's Mother's Day. Of course we will. But this is why I only pay attention, PJ, to horse racing one day a year, because all too often the horse that wins the Derby doesn't end up running the Preakness. Golden Tempo trainer Cherie DeVoe announced earlier this week will be skipping the Preakness, which will be held at Laurel Park instead of Pimlico this year. So no hope for a Triple Crown, which means I got my mint juleps and I got out.
It just stinks, man. It just stinks. You know, when you see the news that there won't be a Triple Crown, because that's what we all want as sports fans. We want to see history. We want to see a horse have a chance to win the Triple Crown. As you mentioned, we haven't gotten one since Justify in 2018. Unfortunately, this is the way it's trending for a lot of these horses. Just the turnaround from the Derby to the Preakness, those 2 weeks, not enough for them to heal. So they rest them, get them ready for the Belmont, try and win a boatload of money at that race. But it is unfortunate because it's really cool to see a horse have an opportunity to go for the Triple Crown. And it's a bummer that we won't get that, especially with the story with Cherie DeVoe becoming the first woman trainer to win the Derby, and with the way that Golden Tempo closed and that speed that he had. Would have been cool to see at the Preakness. But unfortunately, Chris, we won't get that. So like you, probably won't be tuning in or the Preakness or the Belmont like a lot of other people. When you don't have the Derby winner in there and there's no threat of a Triple Crown, takes a lot of the steam away.
Yeah, it just strips it of a lot that you would normally keep invested in horse racing for at least another couple weeks for. There is a golf major next week. So maybe if you're looking for something else to fill your time, if you're not a fan of the NBA playoffs or the Stanley Cup playoffs, or your favorite ball club is already out of it. Yes, I'm looking at you, producer Zach, whose Mets are a disaster. The PGA Championship, Aronimink, in the Philly suburbs. And this is a course that a lot of people are already complaining, PJ, doesn't really have the pedigree of a possible major track. And I think obviously that just has a lot to do with the distance. This is a shorter track, but the greens can be very deceptive. But, you know, of the majors, the PGA might not be the sexiest. It's not the British. It's not the Masters. I get that. But presumably you're going to have Rory. You're going to have Scheffler. You're going to have all the other big names there.
You absolutely will. I would think the winning score, Chris, is probably going to be around 20 under par. So you are going to see some fireworks. Like you said, the PGA is usually the major where you see the most birdies, the lowest scores, and I would expect nothing less from Aronimink. The last time the PGA Tour played here was 2018 for the BMW Championship. Keegan Bradley won. Him and Justin Rose ended up going to a playoff. I can tell you the guy that I won't be betting next week is going to be Cameron Young, because he is the hottest golfer on the planet, and everybody is going to be on him to win next week at Aronimink. He's already won twice this year. He won his last event at Doral. Starting today, he's 2 shots back of the lead, so he has an opportunity to win again today. Everybody's going to be on Cam Young with the form that he's in. I personally haven't bet anything yet. I think the guy that intrigues me the most is probably Ludwig Aubert. I think, especially at the price, I was looking, he's about 20-1, 22-1. I think there's a good shot that Ludwig could be in contention. But The PGA, more often than not, Chris, is one of those tournaments where I usually do look at some longer shots. The Open and the PGA are usually the majors because the Masters, it's a shorter field. Usually you lean on experience, and the top players tend to win that one. The U.S. Open's the hardest course that they play every single year. I know J.J. Spawn won it at 100-1 last year, but you normally don't get that at the U.S. Open. This track, Aronimink, Chris, it's kind of like another regular stop on the PGA Tour. It's kind of another one of these courses. So I think there's a good chance that you could see somebody down the board compete. Would it shock me if a Scotty or a Rory or somebody like that won? Absolutely not. But I think there's a good chance I'll be betting a couple of flyers for next week at some long shot prices.
Yeah, on a course like this, where again the greens can be diabolical at times, and that's where you've got the opportunity to make up or lose the most ground. I just go and I sort by strokes gained on the green, and I find names like Big Bob McIntyre. Robert McIntyre is 4th on the PGA Tour in strokes gained on the green. Scheffler, if you're looking for a familiar name, is 12th. So that's another one that, that's obviously not a long shot, but if you're looking for a reason to believe that Scheffler can win on this shorter track with more difficult greens, that would be a reason to look at him. But that's the tack I would take if I were trying to bet it. The PGA, though, for me, Peach, just doesn't hold the same appeal as, like I said, the British, the U.S., or the Masters.
I agree. It's definitely the weakest of the majors. Everybody looks forward to Masters Week. I love the Open Championship with the links golf, and there's something about waking up and watching golf at 5 a.m. that's just awesome. And then the U.S. Open, there's something enjoyable, Chris, for all of us recreational golfers watching those guys struggle to make par that I think deep down we all kind of enjoy. So you're right. The PGA, it just kind of feels like another tournament with higher stakes. I will mention another guy, though. Keep in mind, Jordan Spieth is trying to complete the career Grand Slam this upcoming week at Aronimink. This past 7-8 years, Chris, when Jordan's been so up and down, I have had no interest in betting him. He's playing really well as of late. He's in good form. The ball striking numbers are there. The short game is always good. This has to be one of the few times in the last 7-8 years where Jordan's actually felt like he's got a legit shot. So hoping, maybe we get to see another guy complete the Grand Slam here in the next couple of years.
We'll definitely have you up to date on it next Sunday here on BetMGM Game Day as the final round is completing. Coming up in 25 minutes, Knicks, Sixers, Spurs, T-Wolves, massive Game 4s, especially for Philly as they try to stay alive. But coming up next, Carolina may never lose. We talked to Max Bultman of the Athletic Hockey Show about the Stanley Cup playoffs here on Westwood One Sports.
intercept. He's right back in. Centering pass. Save Ladar. It's off his glove and in. The series is over. Carolina is on to the Eastern Conference Final.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
They may never lose again. And I don't mean a series. I mean a game. Alex Faust with the call on TNT yesterday as Jackson Blake scored the overtime game-winning and series-clinching goal for the Carolina Hurricanes in Philly. They sweep Philly in 4. They sweep Ottawa in 4. And now they sit and wait for Montreal or Buffalo. Can either one of those two teams push them? Can anybody out west, maybe the Avs, push Carolina? We'll talk to Max Boltman of the Athletic Hockey Show in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack here on Westwood One Sports with BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot. You have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets during each playoff game. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy scores the Hattie, 3 goals or more during that game, you'll win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets, all inside your BetMGM app. Let's welcome in now from the Athletic Hockey Show, Max Boltman. And I'll start there, Max, with Carolina. Thanks for making the time with us today. But how did the Hurricanes lose? They're playing smart, responsible hockey, and I know some are going to argue that Philly and Ottawa weren't the biggest foes in the first 2 rounds, but I don't know if I see anybody out there on the horizon that can win 4 games from Carolina the way they're playing right now.
Well, I think Colorado would be the team, right? I mean, and I'm not so sure that it's going to be such an easy Eastern Conference final for them. I think Montreal and Buffalo both have a lot going for them. Particularly, I think if Montreal is a team that gets there, I think Montreal has the depth to kind of go at the Carolina Hurricanes. But Colorado certainly. I mean, your point about the teams they face, right? I think Ottawa actually is maybe one of the more underrated teams in the league. Certainly, I think that their goaltending issues this year masked a really, really good top-to-bottom team. And to your point, Carolina just kind of smothered them. So that's a risk for anybody. I do think that the star power that the Colorado Avalanche have, Nathan McKinnon, Kale McCarr, Valerian Nichushkin, they can do a lot of Martin Necas, obviously. They can do a lot to generate offense, and that's Carolina's superpower, right? I mean, they don't give up anything easy. They minimize shots. They minimize quality chances. And this year, increasingly, they have more and more skill. That's kind of been their issue in recent seasons is they can get to this point, they can get to the conference finals, but do they have the game breakers and do they have the goaltending? I think the goaltending's still a question. As good as Freddie Anderson has been, I don't know that we've seen him tested in the manner that he's going to need to be to win a Stanley Cup, but certainly the offense is there. That second line, Stankoven, Blake, and Hall, that has really been, I mean, Stankoven in particular, I think he's leading the playoffs in goals right now. What a revelation he's been. And he's been a playoff player in the past, but that's the difference in this year's Canes team to me is how much more offensive firepower they seem to have.
The other Eastern Conference series, Max, we got is Sabres-Canadiens. We got Game 3 tonight in Montreal. The series is tied up at 1. The Sabres are 3-0 on the road this postseason, and the Canadiens have just zigzagged so far. You know, that Lightning game, the team won every other game, and so far through the first 2, the same has happened. So if you just go based off history with the way the Sabres have been playing on the road and how Game 2 went, Buffalo should win tonight. Who do you like in tonight's game, and how do you see this series going the rest of the way?
I think it's going to be a 7-game series one way or another. I mean, these two teams, both, I think, very impressive seasons. Buffalo really laid an egg in the last game, and I do expect a better performance from them tonight, but I wouldn't write off Montreal for tonight either. I mean, this is a really good team. Nick Suzuki, how many 100-point centers out there who are also Selke finalists do you see in the world? Not very many. At the top, he's an excellent player, and yet he hasn't even really had to be the guy leading the charge in these playoffs. Their depth has really stepped up. So impressed by guys like Zach Bolduc, Alex Newhook, Kirby Dach, Alex Texier, Josh Anderson. These are all good players, but I think that the way that they've stepped up for Montreal makes them a really deep team. Now, you could say the same thing about Buffalo, that the way that their third line has played with Zach Benson and Josh Doan. I mean, these are two teams that rebuilt for a really long time. Montreal, actually, you could debate how long Montreal's rebuild was. They had a Stanley Cup final appearance in there in the COVID year, and I know some people debate, how do you kind of view that one. But for both of them, they've been collecting really good young assets, really good young players for a long time, and we're seeing the fruits of that right now, particularly the Buffalo Sabres. They were in the darkness forever. Sometimes being in the darkness for a long time yields some pretty good things.
Max, maybe I'm just searching for an Achilles heel in this team, but you brought up the Avs earlier as the chief competitor to the dominance that Carolina is showing on the other side of the bracket in the East, the Avs in the West, obviously. But I saw some things from them last night against Minnesota. Minnesota played with desperation in that game, obviously. I have my questions, and I don't know what you think of this, about whether Colorado, and I'll use the Hurricanes as an example because they would have to play smart, responsible, defensive-first hockey if they were to meet them in the Stanley Cup final. Can the Avs win 4 games against Carolina? Again, I'm projecting out to Carolina, Colorado in the Cup final. Maybe that's foolish of me, but can Colorado win 4 games 2-1, 3-2, or do they have to continue to win by lighting up the scoreboard?
Well, the thing is, what I'd say to that is I think if Carolina leads those games, that's a real question. But if Colorado can score first and you can get Carolina to have to shift a little bit out of how they want to play and they take some risks, then yes, absolutely. And so, if Carolina is dictating the terms of the game, if they go up 1 or 2 goals in the first period and they can really lock it down, it's going to be a hard road, certainly, because Colorado's going to have to take those risks. And I think Carolina is as equipped as they've ever been to punish you for taking risks. But I still think that's the question: is if Nathan McKinnon and some of these game breakers, Nate just can put Colorado up early on Carolina, and we're way down the road here. We don't even know if either of these teams is going to be in the Stanley Cup final. But why I think they can do it is I think they can absolutely beat Freddie Anderson once or twice in the first period, and then Carolina has to change the way it plays. So styles make fights, right? I mean, that's always part of the conversation with these matchups. I think it's a very different thing to play against a Minnesota that has, as talented as Carolina has gotten, they still don't have a Kaprizov. They still don't have Quinn Hughes. Matt Boldy, I think, is one of the most underrated players in the National Hockey League, and that's starting to change. The star power that Minnesota has is going to be the highest level of star power the Avs will see in this postseason, if they're able to get by them, obviously. I think that will prepare them very well for anyone they have to face, and the style might look a little different in the series that follow if they advance. But it's going to be just a different kind of series again if they're to meet Carolina.
Yeah, Max, were there any big takeaways for you from that Game 3 between Colorado and Minnesota yesterday? The Avs were a perfect 6-0 up to that point in the postseason. The Wild 5-1 dominant victory. Do you like this series to maybe go 6 or even 7 games? Do you look too much into what you saw last night at all from Minnesota and Colorado?
It's certainly relevant. I mean, it's the response punch you wanted to see from Minnesota. I still look at Joel Eriksson as such a key to the series and his health. Missing the first games of the series, and he's a huge factor. If you get Joel Eriksson back in there, I think Minnesota looks like a very different team when he is. So that's one thought I have but I think in general, like the Minnesota Wild are so talented. I don't think this was ever going to be a sweep. I don't think it's going to be a 5-gamer. So yeah, I do think it goes at least 6 games. I think Minnesota has a chance, but all year long, Colorado is so deep, so good, so talented. They have the star power, certainly down the middle now. I don't know if any team can match what they have at the center position, and they have some excellent defensive players as well. Yeah, it's maybe not the same look as the Stanley Cup blue lines we've seen in years past, right? Makar, Malinsky, Taves, like those guys are not what we've just seen the Florida Panthers win the Stanley Cup with. That's something to watch. It really is. I mean, and that's kind of true of the Wild, honestly, too. But I do think that top to bottom, I don't think there's a more talented team in the National Hockey League than the Colorado Avalanche, and I still expect them to come out on top.
You want to stay on top of everything going on in the Stanley Cup playoffs? The Athletic Hockey Show, one way to do it. Max Bultman joining us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. One series we haven't talked about yet, Max. Out West, Game 4 tonight between Vegas and Anaheim. A chance for the Golden Knights to maybe put their foot down on the throat of this young Ducks team. We hear it all the time in all sports, not just hockey. We've talked about it in relation to, for example, the Spurs and Wembanyama in the NBA playoffs. Young teams need to lose in order to learn how to win. Is that what this series turns into for the Ducks, or can they push back tonight and make this thing a best of 3?
They can push back, and then I think I just saw on Twitter come across that Mark Stone isn't going to address tonight. That's a major game changer for the Anaheim Ducks because Mark Stone is one of the best defensive players in the National Hockey League. He's no slouch offensively either, but you take him out of the lineup. If I'm a young, fast team that wants to create offense, I'm salivating at the idea of playing Vegas without Mark Stone. Now, they still have plenty of good defensive players. Mitch Marner's probably never gotten quite enough love for how good of a defender he is. Jack Eichel's on my Selke ballot this year. Nothing's going to come easy, but I'd much rather play a team without Mark Stone than a team that has Mark Stone. And so I think Anaheim has punched back before. I think they can do it again. I'm not saying that it's, that they're going to win the series or anything. I tend to agree with you that the more experienced team that's been there, done that, comes out on top. But I don't think we've seen the last of the Anaheim Ducks in this series at all, and going forward, I mean, they're one of the 2 or 3 teams you have to like most over the next 4 or 5 years in terms of how they're built up top. The young talent they have, Leo Carlson, Beckett, Seneca, Cutter, Gauthier. Not many teams, San Jose be one of the few that can match the young talent at the top of that lineup.
Max, outside of Colorado and Carolina, if you had to choose between the other 4 teams of one to make it to the Stanley Cup Finals, so you could pick one of those 4, Buffalo, Montreal, Anaheim, or Vegas, to upset Colorado or Carolina potentially, who's the team you would take?
Montreal's really won me over in these playoffs. I was a skeptic on them for a lot of the year. I felt like there were a lot of good breaks have gone their way, not just this year, but last year. But at a certain point, it starts to shift from just being a team that's getting, good breaks and big moments to a team that handles big moments really well. And I think seeing the way they handled that Lightning series, was it a dominant Game 7 effort? No, they probably deserved to lose that game. But throughout the course of the series, they gave Tampa everything Tampa could handle. They made Tampa look like a team that had not had the team success that they've had over the last half decade plus. Montreal, Lane Hudson had a play in that series where he lost his stick. And I was fascinated to see how, Braden Point's on the ice. What is Montreal going to do here? Are they going to send him to the bench to get a stick? Well, Lane Hudson, guys were offering him their sticks. He turned it down, and he just went and glued himself to Braden Point. Sequence ends, and it took about 30, 40 seconds of Tampa having puck possession, but they didn't get a grade A out of it. And part of that was because of Lane Hudson's competitiveness to just stick himself to it and not let that play break down. That's one of those things where when you have those high-flying young defensemen, you don't know how they're going to handle a situation like that. They want the puck on their stick typically. Lane Hudson showed me a lot on that play, and the Montreal Canadiens showed me a lot in that series that they are equipped to go on a very long playoff run right now.
Max, for the 25 other fan bases that are no longer a part of this thing, the pivot has already gone towards the offseason, especially in Toronto, where there's a million questions. You win the lottery, so Gavin McKenna is sitting there for you with the first overall pick, but you've also got immense questions about Austin Matthews and what his future is in Toronto, if it is there at all. What's your gut feeling on how this summer plays out for the Leafs and whether they decide to pivot in the direction of, hey, we're the team with the first overall pick and we're going to lean in on Gavin McKenna? Or are they going to be a team that tries to do everything they can to keep Austin Matthews in-house in Toronto and build with Matthews and McKenna together?
Well, all the messaging seems to suggest the former to me, the latter to me. I think, so the Toronto Maple Leafs don't have their first-round pick for the next 2 years. So it's great to get Gavin McKenna, but a true rebuild would be a very difficult thing to pull off for them, at least in the short term here. 2 years is also how long they have Austin Matthews left. So I think they got to do everything they can, and they will do everything they can to try and maximize that. Now, is that the best case scenario for the Toronto Maple Leafs? I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to get this team to a Stanley Cup level in the next year or two, and maybe that does cost them Austin Matthews in the long run, and maybe that we'll be looking back and thinking, man, could they have handled that differently in the summer of 2026? Nothing about their messaging suggests that's the way they're going to do it, and their circumstances, I think, kind of give them the cover and makes it the easy route to try to turn this around and at least be a competitive team, a playoff team next year, which is possible. But I will say, like, Gavin McKenna, phenomenal prospect. We've seen really talented prospects come into the NHL and not be able to be impact guys right away. Jack Hughes, Connor Bedard, his first year was very good, but he wasn't like a game-changing player in that first year. It took him a couple years to really hit that level. And that's a question with Gavin McKenna is he going to be ready right away on day one to be a difference maker in the Maple Leafs lineup? If he's not, changes the outlook even more, I think. So my guess is, just based on the way they've spoken at their press conferences, based on the hires that they just made, it doesn't sound to me like they're trying to start a rebuild. It sounds to me like they're trying to turn this around in a hurry. So that's what I would expect from them.
One more thing before we let you run, Max. You mentioned two of the teams that are comparable in the amount of talented young players they have earlier when you mentioned the Ducks and the Sharks. Are next year's Sharks this year's Ducks, i.e. that young team that maybe surprises people a year ahead of schedule?
I think it's very possible, especially playing in that division. It creates a lane for it, right? And we'll see what happens with the Edmonton Oilers. I would think they're going to come back and try to have a very different season than they had this year with a shorter off season. They've had the previous 2 years, the long seasons, not enough rest. They were pretty banged up by the end of it. I'm sure Edmonton will be back to where they need to be, and that'll make the Pacific Division a little bit tougher than it was this time around. But Macklin Celebrini keeps getting better. I think Will Smith's going to take a step. We'll see what they do with the number 2 overall pick. I don't think Chase Reed, if they were to take him, would be ready. But if they were to take Ivar Stenberg, it's possible he could be in their lineup next year. Sam Dickinson could be in their lineup full-time next year. Defenseman, it sometimes takes a while, but I wouldn't put anything past a team that has Macklin Celebrini on it in the near future after we just saw him be, in my opinion, the second best player in the world at the Olympics. So that, to me, I'm not betting against Macklin Celebrini making the playoffs as soon as next season. And in that division, he's got a lane for it.
Great stuff, Max. We appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the rest of the playoffs as well, and we'll catch up again soon.
Anytime, Sauce. Take care.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Max Boltman of the Athletic Hockey Show. Yeah, that is a name. If you're just an average everyday sports fan who doesn't pay that much attention to hockey outside of maybe the Stanley Cup playoffs or even the Stanley Cup final, Macklin Celebrini is a name you've probably heard a few times, and you're going to hear it a whole lot more. The kid in San Jose, who some people think should have made the finalists in the Hart Trophy voting for MVP, didn't, made it for Masterton Trophy, which is voted on by the players rather than the media. He's in the final 3 there. Just a kid, really, who's going to lift that Sharks team back into contention after years in the wilderness, PJ.
I mean, on a team with McDavid and Crosby and Makar, when you're watching Team Canada in the Olympics, that guy was standing out, to Max's point. So he's a special talent. San Jose's got a good one. And for so long, they had one of the most consistent teams in the NHL, Chris, with Marlowe and Pavelski, and they were in the playoffs every year. Joe Thornton. It's been a little bit, but with that guy kind of being the guy to build the franchise around, I agree. I think San Jose probably going to be back in the postseason next year.
Yeah, hard to believe it's been nearly 10 years since their trip to the final. But it's, as you pointed out, they were powerhouse for a while, and that rebuild has been a long time coming. We get back into the NFL at the top of the hour, the Aaron Rodgers saga, Juwan Jennings to Minnesota, the schedule coming out on Thursday night. Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation will join us at 3 Eastern. We will draft our favorite sitcom moms because it's Mother's Day. Let's give the moms some love. That coming up in about 20 minutes. But coming up next, can the Sixers live to fight another day? And can the Timberwolves even this thing up against the Spurs? We preview tonight's NBA playoff games next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. sounds, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in a little less than 20 minutes, about 15 minutes or so, it's Mother's Day. So we will honor moms everywhere by ranking our favorite sitcom moms. Not ranking, drafting. So this could get highly competitive, as BetMGM Game Day drafts usually do. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser here on Westwood One Sports. Top of the hour, back into the NFL offseason news as rookie mini camps are taking place in multiple locations this weekend. Then you'll have OTAs next week. Then you'll have mandatory mini camps. Before you know it, we'll look up PJ, and it'll be late June, and we'll be right on the brink of training camps in late July. That's why we get as amped as we do for, say, a schedule release like we'll get Thursday night.
Oh, I can't wait, man. My dad turns 60 in October, on October 24th, and he said, whoever the Ravens play on that day, we're going. And I said, okay. So,
all right.
I'm hoping that, they're playing somebody on the road to a stadium I've never been before, but with my luck, I'm sure it'll be home against the Browns, and that'll be the game that I go to. But we're hoping for something good.
Yeah, they maybe get that Steelers-Ravens matchup we were talking about earlier, one of the ones that we're looking forward to, and the schedule comes out on Thursday night. We'll preview Knicks Sixers and Spurs T-Wolves in just a moment, but throughout the show today, we're going around the room asking members of the BetMGM Game Day crew their favorite mom-related or sports-related mom memories. I guess you could phrase that either way. As we get ready for our sitcom moms draft in about 15 minutes. And our board op, Grant, you're the only one we haven't had a chance to get to yet because Max, our video producer, is under the weather and refuses to speak. May not even possess the capability of speaking right now, given how ill he's feeling. So props to Max for still working through it today. But Grant, your favorite sports-related mom memory on this Mother's Day?
Well, first, I'd like to say Happy Mother's Day to your guys' moms as well. And Chris, also Happy Mother's Day to Mrs. Mack.
Yes,
Happy Mother's Day
you.
to my mom and to Max's mom and to Zach's mom as well. And to all your guys' moms. My favorite mom memory is she always would take us to sporting events, me and my brother. She was always the one to take us to our first Cubs games, first games in general. She would always be screaming from the stands for our sporting events, probably louder than anybody else. My favorite, though, is that we grew up in Oklahoma, so the Thunder came when I was about 11 years old, and my first and my brother's first Thunder game was Game 2 of the NBA Finals when they played the Heat. And that was the game they lost, but the fact that our first Thunder game was the NBA Finals, that was pretty sweet. So that's my favorite memory for my mom, speaking-wise on sports memories.
Yeah, that's mom hooking it up for the first NBA game to be a
sure.
trip to the NBA Finals. It's a big move.
That is awesome. By the way, that is the first time I've ever seen Grant in my life. Grant, it's great to see your face. I don't think I've ever seen Grant.
PJ,
the camera popped on and I was like, who is this guy? And then I saw the background and I understood. I mean, obviously Grant's in Chicago. I'm in the DC area and I've talked to this guy a million times. If he walked by me with a blindfold on, I know who it is. But if he didn't speak and I tried to look at him, I've had no idea. So Grant, great to finally see you.
Finally seeing you too, but PJ, that's a little bit of a lie because we've seen each other before in meetings and stuff like that. But it's a room full of 60 people. Yeah, it's fine.
I was gonna say this is a good question. Like when I log on for one of those big group meetings, I don't sit there and scroll through the faces to see who else I recognize.
Either do I.
So that's Grant clearly is a scroller. He wants to scroll through and see who else is in the meeting and see who he recognizes. NBA draft lottery is happening just after 3:00. So in a little more than 30 minutes, we'll react live to it here in the final hour of the show on BetMGM Game Day. But PJ, we got the Sixers fighting for their lives. Game 4 this afternoon will tip right after the draft lottery, right around 3:40 Eastern. It's about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Is there a prescription for the Sixers to get back in this series?
Not to win it, but Nick Nurse and everybody in that locker room is saying we were down 3-1 against Boston and we found a way to come back and win that series. So let's make history. I really like the Sixers today, Chris. I actually really do. And I'm going to be on an island alone. Not many people are coming with me. I think Nick Nurse learned a lot from that game 3. Paul George had 15 points in the first quarter, didn't score again the rest of the game in game 3. Kind of did the same thing in game 2. They've been competitive. It's almost been like the Lakers Thunder thing, but to not the same extent where they're hanging around, but they can't quite close the door. I thought coming into this series, it'd be deep. It'd be a 6 or 7 game series. I did not see a sweep happening. I think Philly gets one today. I was doing BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle on Friday night when game 3 was going on. And Pat is a diehard New York Knicks fan. I said, Pat, the Knicks are going to win tonight. They're going to go up 3-0 in the series. Philly's going to win game 4. Philly's going to win game 5, and then the Knicks are going to come back to Philly and they're going to win game 6 because this is what the Knicks do. They don't make it easy on themselves, on their fans. They love putting themselves into a back corner when they play their best ball. These game 4s, Chris, when teams are up 3-0 in a series, they could go a million different ways. The Knicks could give a great effort in the first half. Sixers have a lead. They could mail it in and say, it's fine, we'll get them at home for game 5. The Sixers could already be thinking 1-2-3 Cancun, or they could continue to battle. You don't know how these games are going to go, so I look for the value. And the fact that the Knicks were a 3.5-point dog in game 3, and now they're a 1.5-point favorite in game 4, I got to take Philly as a dog. I understand you have to make an adjustment. With Anunoby out, you don't know how the other guys are going to play. You don't know what the team's going to look like. But again, Shamet was great. These other guys were great. Like, do I expect that kind of performance again from a guy like Shamet? I don't. I think Embiid's going to play better. George is going to play better. I'm on Philly today, Chris. You walked into a bar, asked 100 people who they like to win the game today, 90 would be on the Knicks, and it's a pick.
Yeah.
So I'll take the Sixers to win today.
I'll say this. I wouldn't be the least bit shocked if the Sixers win today because the Knicks exhale a little bit. They've won 6 in a row at this point. So a little bit of an exhale, right? Oh, we're up 3-0. Oh, we won game 3 without OG in the lineup. We're fine. What's the worst that happens if we lose this? We go back home with a chance to close out in game 5. Wouldn't be shocked at all. I just question whether the Sixers have the capability of, short of the Knicks playing like they're totally uninterested in this game, if they have the capability of Maxey, Embiid, and George all showing up. If they all show up the way they did in games 6 and 7 against Boston, okay, by all means, they win this game, maybe even comfortably, and maybe like you suggested, go back to the Garden and win game 5, and we've got a little bit of a scare put into the Knicks before they finally close it out. I would not put my money on that. I wouldn't bet either side in this game because I think, like you said, there's a million different ways it could go. But I would not be the least bit surprised to see if the Knicks get out to an early lead, if they've got a 5-6 point lead after the first quarter and the Sixers just kind of roll over and die. That would not shock me in the least, but we'll see how it plays out. Again, tips right around 3:40 Eastern, so a little more than an hour from now, following the draft lottery. Tonight, Spurs T-Wolves in the Twin Cities. We talked to Jason Minix from San Antonio earlier, and I have a hard time seeing, unless Minnesota reverts unless both teams revert all the way back to game 1 style, I have a hard time seeing the T-Wolves push this series the distance, 6 games or more. I think we're much more likely to get another dominant Wemby game and probably a 3-1 series lead for San Antonio because, like I said earlier, all these second-round series have sort of pivoted away from big men and defense to don't turn the ball over and just hit your threes. This is the one series out of the 4 in the conference semis, BJ, where it remains about big men and defense. And so far, Wemby is very much winning the battle against Rudy Gobert.
Wemby in that game 3 was just unbelievable how good he was. And the Spurs hit some big shots when they needed to. It felt like every time they kind of needed a big 3, Fox would step up or Castle would step up. Somebody would hit a big shot. I think the biggest story, Chris, of game 3 was the start. The Spurs were up 18-3 in the blink of an eye. Minnesota spotted them 15 points. And even though they came all the way back at the end of the first quarter and cut it to 1, and from there on out, it was just kind of a regular basketball game, I think all that energy they exerted early to come back into that, it took its toll late in the game. Minnesota, I don't expect them to start that bad. I thought after that initial start, they played much better. Edwards was really good in that game. You know I took a piece of Minnesota to win this series, and obviously some big future prices on the Wolves. I think they win today. They've been a good home team in this era of Wolves basketball, making it to back-to-back Western Conference final. And Chris, I'm always going to be in the belief that when a team like the Spurs has all this inexperience and all this youth, there's a learning curve. You don't just automatically in year one, it's not just smooth sailing. Like there's some adversity that you have to deal with. There's some challenges that you have to deal with. Maybe that's just in the next round with Oklahoma City, but I think going up against a team in Minnesota who has been to back-to-back Western Conference finals, I think it's going to come against this team. I like the Wolves to cover. I think they win the game. I think it's going to be a 2-2 series headed back to San Antonio for Game 5. Yes, the Spurs have figured some things out. Yes, Wemby's figured some things out against Gobert. I really think the start of that game, though, was the reason why the Spurs won. As long as Minnesota doesn't put themselves in that big of a hole again today, I think they'll be in good shape. So I like Minnesota to win today against the Spurs.
As mentioned, we will react live to the NBA draft lottery as it's going on. It should be completed less than an hour from now. And we will be on with you until 4 Eastern. Top of the hour, Jarrett Bailey, who covers the NFL for SB Nation and also co-hosts The Pump Fake with Todd Haley, will join us to talk about everything going on in the world of the NFL. But coming up next, it's Mother's Day. So we are ready for a classic BetMGM game day draft. And we will draft our favorite sitcom moms, the crew here on BetMGM Game Day, next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms in your life from the guys here at BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Always inside your Westwood One Sports app and your Odyssey app as well, live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. Jarrett Bailey joins us to talk about the NFL offseason and whether anybody has any idea where Aaron Rodgers is, least of all the Pittsburgh Steelers. That at the top of the hour, plus live reaction to the NBA Draft Lottery coming up in the final hour of the show as well before we wrap up. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. Our board op, Grant. Our executive producer, Zach, will be involved in this BetMGM Game Day draft. Unfortunately, our video producer, Max, very much under the weather, is disappointed he cannot take part, but that's okay. We'll draft him for you, Max. Our favorite sitcom moms. We'll see how many rounds we get through. At least 3, maybe 4. If it gets nuts, maybe 5. I don't know. PJ said during the break he doesn't know if he has enough ammo to get through 5 rounds. I did extensive research here, PJ. I mean,
good for you.
Yeah, like I spent way too much time thinking about this morning, getting ready for the show. So I'll let you get us started. You get the first overall pick in the BetMGM Game Day sitcom mom draft.
I love it. You know, and what's so great about this is everybody has their own preference, favorite TV shows, favorite moms, all those sorts of things. But one of my favorite sitcoms is Modern Family, and my favorite is Claire Dunphy. I absolutely love me some Jolie Bowen. Baltimore girl, Phil and Claire, one of my favorite couples. So the number 1 overall pick for me going to be Claire Dunphy.
God, that's brutal.
Was that going to be your pick?
I don't know if she would have been my first round pick, but I definitely had her. She's literally written at the top of my sheet, at the very top of my draft board. So she was going to go early. Big Julie Bowen fan. I mean, for nothing else than her work in Happy Gilmore. All right, that's a solid pick, Claire Dunphy. I'll go second overall. And look, I'll just be honest. My list is going to be slightly unhinged because that's the kind of mother I grew up with. And so I am going to trend in that direction. And my first round pick is going to be, I loved this show growing up, all the characters on it, not the least of which was Christina Applegate, but Peg Bundy from Married with Children, Katie Seagal, my first round pick.
Just very good. I like it.
Toddling over to the kitchen while Al yells at her, you know, complaining about why she didn't want to make dinner yet again. I mean, classic late 80s, early 90s.
I need to see Married with Children. Do we know if that's streaming anywhere, Chris? Because I know Ed O'Neill from Modern Family, but I know he's also in All in the Family as well. So gotta watch that.
Married with Children, and Zach, you get your first round pick now. Claire Dunphy and Peg Bundy are off the board.
Okay, guys, this was an easy choice for me. Number 1 on my board by far. I'm going to go with Marie Barone from Everybody Loves Raymond. I just love her ability to just be the center of attention wherever she goes. It doesn't matter who she's talking to, what room she's in. All the attention is always towards her. She just has a unique ability to make you feel terrible about yourself. Give me Marie Barone as my first pick.
I thought it was Deb, but I think, Ray's...
No, I'm talking about...
Oh, Mom.
I'm talking about Ray's mom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a killer pick. That is a killer pick because you're right. She if we're looking for slightly unhinged, that's near the top of the list. Marie Barone. Good call. All right, Grant, you get we snake through this here, drafting our favorite sitcom moms on BetMGM Game Day. So you get your first round pick and your second round pick.
All right, guys. I'll go a little bit throwback. No, necessarily this show wasn't made like in throwbacks, but like I'll go Kitty Foreman for my first round pick. When you just talk about moms and just TV sitcoms, she's one of the top ones on the list. Even if you look it up, she's one of the first that popped up. And then I'll go with one of the first ever TV moms, and that's going to be Carol Brady from the Brady Bunch. One of the first ever sitcoms, probably made that people remember. So I'll go Katie Foreman and Carol Brady for my first 2 picks.
Those are strong picks.
Very good.
Carol Brady's just like, I mean, that's like your veteran Hall of Famer. That I think you can't screw that pick up. So that's a good
Safe
move,
pick.
Grant. Yeah. All right,
Safe
Zach,
pick.
back around to you. You've already got Marie Barone, so I don't know if you stay in the slightly unhinged direction or if you go for something more traditional here.
I am going to stay in that category, and I'm also going to stay in the category of a grandma. And, like, look, to be honest, the show technically isn't a sitcom, but this character is so good. I have to take her. Give me Livia Soprano from The Sopranos. I know she was only there for one season, but one of my greatest TV what ifs is what happens if she doesn't unfortunately pass after the first season. I mean, she was about to kill her son in the first season. Like, talk about unhinged. Give me Livia Soprano as my number 2 pick.
I'll allow it, even though, like you said, it's not a sitcom, just because I'm such a Sopranos buff. The scenes where they, in the second season, I think it was, had to sort of take old shots of her and, like, this is before AI. They like tried to digitally put her into the scene and how bad it was. They had to remaster it after the fact. It's one of the few regrets David Chase has about the series. But yeah, I mean, you stayed in the slightly unhinged angle. I'll give you that, Zach. So Marie Barone and Livia Soprano, definitely. That comes back around to me for my second round pick. I started with Peg Bundy, and I could. Again, staying in the slightly unhinged realm, I don't think she was a great mom. And as a person away from the show, not a fan of her. She's a lunatic. But the character itself, the show Roseanne, reminded me so much of my own family because everybody was a mess and a disaster. I have to go with Roseanne Connor as my second round pick for sitcom moms, just because, again, if I'm staying in the slightly unhinged, possibly bipolar angle, Roseanne Connor is right there.
Okay. Another classic one. So I got 2 picks now, going back to back, and both of these moms are like, they're similar. So my second pick, I'll go from Big Bang Theory, Howard Wolowitz's mom, Mrs. Wolowitz, who barely says anything, but she just yells at Howard the entire time. And I just think that's just fantastic. As somebody with like a Jewish mom, grandmother, like that kind of stuff is fantastic. So I'll go Mrs. Wolowitz too. And then coming back around, I'll go to Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I'll take Susie Green, who's played by Susie Essman, who is just like, when she gets into it with Jeff, she is so funny. So I love Susie, and she just seems like the kind of person, like, that's how she is in real life. Walk up to her in the street, she'd make you die laughing. So I'll go Mrs. Wolowitz and Susie Green from Curb as my next 2 picks.
You got a pretty well-rounded roster to this point, PJ. I'm pretty impressed by it. Around to my third round pick. Again, staying with the same theme of possibly clinically insane, at the very least slightly unhinged. One of our favorite shows to watch. We could watch it. I think we've watched it 3 times through the entire series now. Known more probably by my generation for Home Alone, but Moira Rose of Schitt's Creek, the late, great Catherine O'Hara. I got to go with Moira Rose. So she's my third round pick.
Well done. I had her written down. I didn't know if you guys would go with her. I was waiting to come back around and steal, but that was a great pick.
Thank you. It's a third round gem right there. Zach?
Okay, guys, so we are a sports show, and I figured why not take the mom of my favorite sports TV show, and that'll be Connie Britton as Mrs. Taylor from Friday Night Lights. Just, first of all, a great actress. She's everywhere, in White Lotus, so many other things. But I like her ability to just do so many different jobs throughout the show, be a great caretaker. Give me Connie Britton from Friday Night Lights.
That's a good call. And that's good to go with the sports show, too, that to keep it on task here. I like that. All right, Grant, we're going to give you two picks quickly so we can get through the third and the fourth round and wrap this up.
You got it. All right, so for my first one, I'm going to go Claire Huxtable. I know that the show is kind of stained because of what happened outside of the show, but she's like, you talk about go-to, like top of the echelon Hall of Fame moms, sitcom-wise, she's on there. And then for me, I was debating between a cartoon or real life, but I think I'll go real life, and I'm gonna go Gloria Pritchard from Modern Family because she's just awesome, and she makes that show like she makes that show just 10 times better. So those are my two picks.
That's you can't go wrong with that's visually very good pick. Zach, your 4th round pick.
I'll continue being off the grid a little bit. She technically isn't a TV mom because she doesn't have kids, but she's a TV wife. Give me Carrie Heffernan from King of Queens, one of those shows where no matter where I am, whenever it's on, I'll watch it because of her. Give me Carrie from King of Queens.
That is another great pick, man. I'm a huge fan of Leah Remini too. So all the way back to her, Saved by the Bell days. So that's a good pick. All right, my 4th round pick, I've got Peg Bundy, Roseanne Connor, and Moira Rose. Again, not technically a sitcom, so Grant's going to get mad at me as well, but it's got lots of funny moments and totally insane Donna Burzotto from The Bear. I got to go with and a little Chicago flavor there too for you too, Grant. So Donna Burzotto, who is very much insane. I'll add her to my list. PJ, you get to wrap it up with Mrs. Irrelevant in this case.
And you know what? This is going to be an off-the-board pick, and she was only in this show for 1 season, but considering the show is called How I Met Your Mother, I'm going to take the mother, Tracy McConnell. Again, only was there for a year, but I love the actress Kristen Milotti, and I thought she was really good as the wife. They had to nail that cast, and they did, picking her as the wife. So I'll go with Tracy McConnell as my 4th and final pick.
There you go. In honor of all the moms out there on this Mother's Day, your BetMGM Game Day sitcom moms, or just TV moms, draft. Coming up, Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation. Where is Aaron Rodgers? That's next on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
So at some point in the next, say, 35 minutes or so, the NBA draft lottery will take place, and we will react to it live and let you know what we think of however the ping pong balls fall. Could it just go chalk, and do the teams that really deserve those top picks get them? Or would you like to see the tankers not get the top picks? Would you laugh hilariously with great glee and yet at the same time anger if Oklahoma City somehow got the first overall pick? We'll get into all that in about 20 minutes or so here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser here on Westwood One Sports. And one of the bigger stories throughout the week was Aaron Rodgers is going to Pittsburgh to sign his deal. Oh, wait, the GM doesn't know where Aaron Rodgers is. Wait, Aaron Rodgers is in Pittsburgh, but has not yet gone to the facility. He's negotiating still via his agent with the team. And that just one of the stories in the NFL is we've got schedule release coming. We've got officials reaching a new deal. We've got Jawan Jennings signing in Minnesota. So let's talk to somebody who's up on all of it. From SB Nation, also the co-host of The Pump Fake with Todd Haley, Jarrett Bailey joins the show. Afternoon, Jarrett. How are you?
Doing well, guys. How are you doing?
Good, good. I noticed you tweeted it out yesterday. The Where's Waldo version of where in Pittsburgh is Aaron Rodgers, as the reports have gone back and forth about what to expect. Just at this point, how surreal / bizarre is it that we're going through this for a second straight spring with the Steelers?
I don't know. I think that it was Randy in Scream 2 that said every good sequel needs some twists. And Aaron Rodgers part 2. I mean, it's had some twists, right? We got a rarely used contract tender. Where is he in Pittsburgh? As it was reported that he's in Pittsburgh. All right, but Omar Khan doesn't know where he is apparently. I'm excited to find out who the Nancy Loomis in this particular movie ends up being. It'll be good to find out. I'm not surprised. I like Aaron. I'm not gonna pretend I know him personally, but I've always been an Aaron Rodgers fan. But this comes with the territory with Aaron Rodgers. When you decide that he's going to be the guy that you target. We saw how this played out last year. He showed up, at the 11th hour right before mandatory minicamp. Steelers mandatory minicamp is a few weeks earlier than what it was last year. It starts June 2nd. Last year, I believe it started at the very end of June. So, dates to circle will be, that early June portion, but also OTAs for them start May 18th. So the next couple weeks, hopefully by the grace of God, we come to an end of this so we don't have to keep, playing this will he, won't he game and let it dominate headlines for too much longer.
Jared, if he does end up starting a quarterback for the Steelers this year, would you expect a similar season performance to how he had last year? Do you think maybe he could be even a little better with the familiarity with McCarthy? And, they add some new weapons for him. Michael Pittman comes over from Indy. How do you expect Aaron's season to look if he ends up being the quarterback?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are poo-pooing Aaron and, looking at all the advanced stats and saying, oh, this guy is so bad last year. Well, frankly speaking, look who he was throwing the ball to, especially in the last couple weeks of the year when DK Metcalf was gone. It's Connor Hayward and Scotty Miller and just, not a good receiving core. But, they trade for Michael Pittman, like you said. They draft Jeremy Bernard, an immediate upgrade in the receiving core. Plus, getting Pat Freiermuth, I think, will have an upgraded role in a Mike McCarthy offense. Go back and look how, the likes of Dalton Schultz and Jake Ferguson have performed under Mike McCarthy. I think we'll see a big bump for Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington as well. And bringing in, a 1,000-yard rusher Enrico Dowdle put with Jalen Warren. This is a much better offense than what the Steelers had last year. And all things considered, Rodgers went 24 touchdowns, 7 picks, and led a game-winning drive for the division in the final week of the year. So, I don't expect him to have some sort of dramatic fall off. I don't expect him to be a top 10 quarterback, but can the Steelers have, the 17th best quarterback in football? Yeah. And if that's what Aaron Rodgers is and all the other pieces, live up to what they're capable of, then this is a team that they've won 10 games in each of the last 3 seasons. It's not crazy to say that they could win 11.
Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation with us. Also, check out the Pump Fake with he and Todd Haley, wherever you get your podcasts and on YouTube as well. This is a team that the last time they drafted a quarterback in the first round, it didn't exactly work out, Jarrett. So they've gone in a different direction the last couple of drafts. Will Howard in the 6th round a year ago, Drew Aller in the 3rd round this year, and Aller got all of the reps in yesterday's final rookie minicamp practice. What is your opinion or your belief on whether either one of these two guys could be the next guy for the Steelers, or do you still believe that next year's draft maybe holds the key to that?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick one of those two, I would say Aller. I mean, he's got the better tools, the better frame, a little bit more athletic. And everybody will point to the shortcomings that he had at Penn State, which are fair ones. In big games, in the waning moments, more often than not, he didn't live up to what was expected of him, and that's fine. He was also in an offense that did not suit what he does well whatsoever. It's an RPO style offense under Andy Kotelnicki. He's a guy that's very much a pro style quarterback with a big arm who can push the ball downfield, and I think. With Mike McCarthy, a West Coast guy, but is going to allow his quarterbacks to make plays. I think that is going to benefit him. And they said it was by design that he was the only quarterback at rookie minicamp. They are working to see what they can get out of this guy. He's got a long relationship with quarterbacks coach Tom Arth as well, dating back to when he was in high school, and Arth was at the University of Akron and recruited him out of high school. So these are long-standing relationships here. And with Aller, just, like I said, the physical tools that he has, if you were building a quarterback in a lab, a lot of those things that you want, he has. So it's just a matter of fine tuning a lot of the stuff. I know that the footwork stuff has kind of gone viral over the past 24 hours, really trying to strip that down to the base and build it back up. And, if Rodgers comes back like is expected, then having Aller just learn for a year, get better, work on those things, and then go into 2027, with a chance to compete. Yeah, I think that is a good direction to go.
Jared, what are your thoughts on the Patriots for the upcoming season? All of us on the show, we kind of want to fade them for the upcoming year, even, setting aside the Vrabel stuff, just your classic Super Bowl letdown team, maybe ahead of expectations. And now instead of being the hunter, they're going to be the hunted the upcoming season. Where are you on New England for the upcoming season? Do you expect some regression out of the Patriots?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty low. That's not to say that I think they'll be like a 5-win team, and I love Drake May. But yeah, I expect some regression, and it's natural to see that when you're a 14-win team that gets to the Super Bowl. I mean, I think that regression is natural. So even if they win 11 games and are a wild card team, it's still a step back. But the AFC is we're not going to see the Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals stay where they were last year. I think all three of those teams will get better. And so, as we see every year, some teams that were in the year before aren't going to be in the playoffs and vice versa. So if I had to pick a team that could be out, New England would be it, even playing in an NFC, or excuse me, an AFC East that features the Dolphins and Jets. It should be at least 3 wins there. If they go 3-1, could be 4. But they're going to be playing a tougher schedule than what they did last year. And with all the distractions going on with Mike Vrabel, I don't think that that's just going to go away once you suit up on Sundays. This isn't something that's just going to magically disappear overnight. So I think that's going to play a part in it, but also, I think that there's just going to be natural regression there and the progression of other teams who might have had a bad year last year.
Jarrett Bailey with us here on BetMGM Game Day from SB Nation, also the host of the Pump Fake with Todd Haley. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. One of those players that thought they were going to get a whole lot more in free agency, but then ended up sitting around for 2 months and had to settle was Juwan Jennings, Jarrett. But I think this might be as near a perfect situation, certainly not financially. He thought he was going to get paid a lot more money in a long-term deal, but for a 1-year prove-it deal in this offense with Kevin O'Connell and serving as a complement to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and all the other weapons they have with a decent offensive line, actually a pretty good offensive line. I shouldn't say just decent, but is this a good landing spot for Juwan Jennings? How do you see him working in Minnesota? And can he do enough to go out a year from now and get paid?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Juwan Jennings is ever going to get a monster contract, and that's no disrespect to him. But the role that he plays is a valuable one. I mean, the 49ers, their fan base literally coined a phrase, third and Jawan. Like, it's 3rd and 5. All right, that's Jawan Jennings territory. So, he does the underneath gritty stuff well. He's a hell of a run blocker. And that's a valuable guy to have as your number 3 receiver. So, you let Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison be, kind of the big playmakers downfield, and Jawan Jennings kind of be that underneath safety blanket, red zone threat for sure. That's a valuable piece to have. So, I don't think he's ever going to be, a $30 million a year guy, but you need those, prototypical number 3 big power slot guys that really can help, extend drives and ultimately help you decide games if you're able to, be a consistent threat on those, 3rd and mediums or a 3rd and short where you need a key run block on the outside. He's going to give you those things. So I don't know where I really fall with Minnesota right now. I mean, O'Connell just naturally raises their floor. I think Kyler Murray is an obvious upgrade over JJ McCarthy. So, I think that by default, they should be better on the field, but that's a tough division that they're playing in, arguably the toughest in football. So I guess it just kind of depends where you fall on Kyler Murray when it comes to your overall opinion on the Vikings. But I think by default, they should be better, and Jawan Jennings should be, a helpful piece in that.
Jared, we have the schedule release coming out on Thursday, and Chris and I were talking earlier in the show. The way that I look at it and approach it is I look to see who my team is playing, what their schedule looks like, what the week 1 schedules look like, and then Thanksgiving, Christmas. And that's usually, and then I go from there. As somebody who writes about the league, covers the league, when that schedule gets released on Thursday, where does kind of your mind go? What are the things that you're looking at, maybe the topics you're deciding to write about?
Yeah, so in my specific position, running our Steelers site over at Vox Media for SB Nation and also helping cover the league as a whole for SBNation.com, I've said this publicly plenty of times. If I could sign up for the Steelers just having 17 1 o'clock games, sign me up right now. Primetime games for the teams that you cover, they're horrible. I hate them. And I know that sounds like such a rich person problem. I'm not rich, but just a complaint of somebody in a good spot. I love my job, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I covering primetime games, it's just a pain in the butt. But the Thanksgiving schedule is kind of predictable. It's usually some form of NFC North that the Lions will face. It's usually the Bears or the Packers. That's what it's been for the past 4 years. I think they've rotated and flip-flopped those 2 teams on their schedule. And with Dallas, it's pretty consistently been an NFC East team. Last year was kind of the exception with the Chiefs. And it looks like the Chiefs are trying to become the team who gets Christmas every year. They're trying to make that their thing, where the Lions and Cowboys have the Thanksgiving slate. The Chiefs want to be the Christmas team. So you look for the big games. You go week by week, and you try to predict, all right, Nance and Romo will have this game. Burkhardt and Brady will have this game. Maybe this will be, you see which primetime games are like. I don't know. For some reason, last year, we got Falcons, Vikings week 2 on Sunday Night Football. Oh my God, why is that the primetime game? I could think of 3 games in front of me that could be better. So you hope that, the certain rookies that are going to be put in those spotlights live up to the expectations, or you're going to end up with just a 20-6 snooze fest like we got in that particular situation last year. So those are the things I look for, is just, all right, what are the primetime games? The teams that I cover pretty closely, how many primetime games do they have? And the big, 4 o'clock window games with the national audiences, you look to see which one or which games those are going to be. And you just kind of go week by week that way.
Jarrett, one last thing before we let you run. I know it kind of isn't necessarily top of mind for the average everyday football fan or average everyday sports fan, but getting the new CBA with the officials done means, obviously we don't have to worry about replacement refs this fall, but also it probably gets people in the league offices to start to pivot their attention towards, okay, that's taken care of. Now, can we reopen the broadcast negotiations with the networks and the streamers? Can we reopen with the Players Association maybe in the next year, maybe a little ahead of schedule, open things up to an 18-game schedule maybe? How important was it, in your opinion, to get that official CBA done so that is now, you can put it to bed and focus on the stuff that's really going to increase revenue, which is more games, more money from the networks and the streamers, and expanding the schedule?
Yeah, last time we had a lockout was 2011, the Cam Newton year. So it's been a long while since we've even flirted with the idea of having a lockout. So getting it done is good. In terms of what comes next, I hope to God we don't see an 18th game added. I think 17's one too many. 16 was like the perfect medium, so I hope we don't see that anytime soon. Although that's basically wishing away the inevitable. So I'm excited to see what does come of that. And yeah, I think that when you reach a CBA agreement, I think it's a lot of pressure off a lot of people. They don't have to worry about a potential lockout. But yeah, in terms of what comes next, I think that that's the biggest thing is, are we going to get an 18th game? If and when we do get it, when is it going to be? And how are they going to divvy it up? We've seen reports of like, okay, yeah, they'll do an 18th game, but players can only play in 17. So if that's the case, then there's going to be like a glorified preseason game that counts, which nobody wants to see. Sure, I guess it would add heightened value to like who your backup quarterback is. But if certain positions or all positions can only play in 17 games, that just feels like a giant cop-out and a waste of time. So hopefully that's not what happens. I think 17 games is the perfect amount. And I think that's kind of the biggest issue that's going to be next is figuring out if they can stay there. Or if they decide to go back to a fourth preseason game just to get that little extra revenue. But we'll see. I hope that they avoid an 18th game altogether. I know that Roger Goodell wants to do even more international games, which everybody seems to have an opinion on. Usually it's a negative opinion. I know that's where I fall. I think there's too many as it is to begin with. So there's a lot of things to maybe circle there, but I think the 18th game and the international stuff is what I would pay attention to.
Jarrett, great stuff as always. We appreciate catching up with you. Thanks for making the time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Hey, you do the same, boys. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation. Make sure you check out the Pump Fake with he and Todd Haley. They are literally getting ready to draw the ping pong balls as we speak for the NBA Draft Lottery. PJ and I will come back around in just a moment and react live to who's getting the first pick. Is it going to be one of those teams at the top of the lottery? Washington, Indiana, Brooklyn. Does someone swoop in like Miami, Charlotte, or God forbid, OKC? Could it happen? We'll talk about it and the ripple effect on the rest of the NBA offseason after the ping pong balls are pulled and the lottery results are in momentarily here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
NBA playoffs, game 4s tip momentarily, and as the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level, you can be a part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll get a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Sixers fighting to stay alive. It tips momentarily, and then Spurs T-Wolves later. We are watching the draft lottery as it plays out. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser here on Westwood One Sports. Some of the takeaways include Brooklyn dropping out of the top 4 down to 6 when they had a 52% chance to get a top 4 pick. Memphis is going to be one of the teams from outside of the top 4 that jumps up into the top 4. What happened, PJ?
The Bulls are 4, Chris, which means the Wizards are in the top 3.
Oh,
the Wizards are in the top 2. It's the Wizards or the Jazz, Chris. It's the Wizards or the Jazz.
You, it's Utah. I'm telling you it's Utah so that everybody
The Wizards have the number 1 pick. The Wizards have the number 1 pick, boys. They did it. AJ's coming to DC. Let's go. We manifested it. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
I was convinced.
Goodness.
I was convinced during the break that it was going to be Utah, just so that everybody could lose their mind after all the tanking they did. Danny Ainge, AJ DeBonsa, all the dots connected. But look at you, Peach. Your Wizards have got the first overall pick. And it sounds like you're all in on AJ DeBonsa.
Oh my goodness, Chris, I am so in on AJ DeBansa. This is an unbelievable day. I mean, the trickle-down effect that this has on the Wizards organization, because Anthony Davis does not want to be a Wizard, but now drafting DeBansa, all of a sudden, Trae Young, DeBansa, Anthony Davis, Sarr. Chris, we have like a real basketball team for the first time in like forever.
You're getting
all
there.
Of a sudden,
You're getting there.
They're like it's not terrible. So this is, oh my God, unbelievable.
I don't want to pivot immediately away from your hype for the Wizards landing the first overall pick. But if you remember, we started to have this conversation a week ago about the impact of the lottery because of where the Wizards could fall on Anthony Davis, right? Because this, as you just mentioned, probably implies that AD will stay in Washington or would be more amenable to staying in Washington, right? If they had fallen out of the top 4, obviously that was going to change the situation. But if they didn't have the first overall pick, maybe that would change the situation as well for Anthony Davis in Washington. This would seem to imply that AD stays in Washington. That means the big man sweepstakes this offseason is that much more limited as far as inventory goes. And look, Giannis Antetokounmpo was going to be the crown jewel, so to speak, of the NBA offseason anyway. But this means you're going to have that many more teams in the running for the big man because AD, presumably, with the Wizards winning the first overall pick, will not be available.
I mean, just unbelievable. I am shooketh, Chris. This does not happen to the Wizards, man. Does not happen. You are so right, though. It's what I mean, the possibilities that they could have with this. Like, do you entertain trading like Giannis, for like number 1? Does Kevin Durant all of a sudden want to come back home to DC, finish out his career here? Maybe have another piece, right? We were talking about that with Nick Ashew a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like, this changes so much, and not even the Wizards can screw. I mean, they can screw it up. They can, but I'm hoping that they somehow don't.
They've been screwing it up for a decade, Peach. They could very well screw this up again.
That's so true.
What
now,
would you?
I think.
Let me ask you, as a Wizards fan, what would you rather they do? I have a feeling I know the answer to this. Would you rather they stick and pick at number 1 overall and go with AJ DeBansa, or would you rather they seriously consider dealing the pick and getting a superstar in return, knowing what else they have on the roster?
They have to keep the pick. Because again, it's still a rebuild. Like, as great as it would be to get a Giannis or whoever you can get for the number one pick, the city is so excited right now. I can assure you, with this number one pick and the excitement of what AJ can be, they gotta build into that, and they have to draft him and build everything around him. So I'm so excited. My dad just texted me, we're going to opening night. I haven't seen a Wizards game with my dad in like 7 years. I'm fired up, Chris. This is amazing. I mean, it's so cool, man. The city, and look, anybody that knows like the DC area, it's maybe the best in the entire country for high school basketball. Like, it is a great area for hoops, and we love hoops. The problem is the Wizards are our NBA team, so there's not a lot to be excited about. We've been dying for a pro team to be able to go out and watch, and hopefully this is the start of something, but that is just unbelievable. They got to keep the pick, though. The thing I was going to ask you, because this happens so many times, NFL draft, NBA draft, where we go into a college season and it's, oh, this guy's going to be the number one pick, and that, right? Because we all thought it was going to be Peterson towards the beginning of the year. Then all the stuff happens with him. DeBanza was terrific. Now he's the overwhelming favorite. Like, is there any chance that Peterson just wows the Wizards in the interview process, or when he goes through the combine? Like, is there, or maybe like a Caleb Wilson, is there any chance that anybody but DeBanza isn't the number one pick in your mind?
I think given positional fit, you got to go with AJ DeBanza. Like, that's got to be the move. I think if you're Washington, like you said, stick and pick. Don't trade in your chips for the last few fledgling years of a KD or a Giannis. Go with the young guy who you can build around, and the guy who I think more closely fits what the current model is becoming at the NBA level, especially if you want to have success in the postseason. And I think AJ DeBanza fits that the best. So that would be my answer to that. The joy you are feeling right now, though, PJ, in Washington as a Wizards fan is completely antithetical to what they are feeling in Indianapolis, where the Pacers, who had a terrible year with Tyrese Halliburton on the shelf, were second worst record in the league. We're one of those teams with a better than 50% shot to land a top 4 pick, which they would have held on to. Instead, finish outside the top 4. They finished 6th in the lottery, which means they don't even get to keep the pick. It goes to the Clippers. And now the Pacers are completely out of the lottery. And so the lost year that they had with Halliburton on the shelf seemingly goes for nothing.
Crazy. I mean, yeah, like, you know, Brooklyn, I think, got the 6th or 7th pick too, and they had 14% chance to get the number one pick. You're right, though, about the Pacers. That was kind of the team that everybody looked at. Made it to the finals last year. Halliburton tears the ACL. It's a lost year, but he comes back with Siakam, great coach, and Rick Carlisle. You get to DeBanza in that system, and all of a sudden you're cooking. The beautiful thing, though, Chris, about this draft is it is loaded with a lot of really quality players. So, I mean, if it truly, like, if you're drafting anywhere inside the top 10, you're going to get a heck of a player. So I think DeBanza, in my mind, is the best prospect. I think he's going to turn out to be the best NBA player. But, I mean, Indiana could wind up with somebody like Darius Acuff at 7, or they could get Keaton Wagler at 7, or they could get, I mean, who knows, maybe like Caleb Wilson falls. I don't think he will, but they're going to get somebody really good at 7. But it's just, it's unbelievable, Chris. I think what's so important too for the Wizards is, like you said, the positional fit with DeBanza is perfect. They needed a small forward. There's so many great point guards in this class, but you have Trae Young. So they really needed a small forward. In fact, you get the number one pick, you can take DeBanza. It's unbelievable.
Memphis coming in at 3, too. I think Grizzlies fans have to feel good about expediting the retooling that they're going through there. What they probably won't get, I was going to say will get, but lack of a better term, won't get in a Ja Morant deal this offseason, maybe feeds into that a little bit. I mean, it changes the focus maybe from trying to acquire future draft picks to maybe just acquiring players, if you can get any, in a possible Ja Morant deal, as they're now drafting third, which means they're going to end up with a stud as well. Maybe Peterson slides to 3. I don't know what Utah is going to look for specifically, but I would think Peterson or Wilson at 2 to Utah. And then 3, there's a good chance you've got Cam Boozer. There's a number of opportunities there for Memphis now to accelerate their retooling. And I don't know if I'd call it a full-on rebuild, but certainly somewhere between retooling and rebuilding in Memphis.
I need to pull up what exactly the draft order is, Chris, because my next question for you is there a certain team out there, if they draft a certain player, you can see yourself maybe betting them to win offensive, or are you betting them to win Rookie of the Year? Like a team that you would like, you know what I mean? So like Chicago Bulls in their situation, if Caleb Wilson went there, would you love that fit for him? Or we were just talking about the Indiana Pacers, or, the Atlanta Hawks, Dallas Mavericks with Cooper Flagg. Is there a team and a player that you think if that player went to that team, you maybe would find yourself betting them to win Rookie of the Year?
I'll tell you exactly what it is, but I don't think he's going to get there. And it's the Hawks all the way down at 8. If Darius Acuff somehow slipped to 8, my God, you put him on that team right now, that is the perfect answer to what they need. I think that would be huge. Acuff in Atlanta. Zach mentioned in the chat, Caleb Wilson to Memphis. I think that's a good call too. Again, I don't think Acuff will get there. I could see Acuff maybe 5 at the Clippers. I don't know if they look at that as a reach for Acuff at 5th overall, but I think that would be a decent spot for him. Maybe Sacramento at 7. That's probably more likely for where he ends up. But I love Darius Acuff Jr. I think if he were to end up in a spot where, bang, he's on a playoff caliber team and, gets a chance to play on the regular, gets a chance to put up points, gets a chance for some of those highlight reel moments that we know he's capable of, I think that would be a great spot.
I mean, I love all those calls. The Acuff to Atlanta is a really good call. I like that. Again, like I'm just looking at all these teams. I love all these point guards, and I think just about all of them going to any of these teams would be a lot of fun. Sacramento, De'Aaron Fox was great for them. They could use a point guard, so any of those guys. I kind of love Philon going to Sacramento, to be honest with you, because I just think Philon in a city like that, late night buckets, like that would be a really good fit. So I enjoy that one. It's going to be, I'm very excited to see what that market looks like after the draft on June 24th. But Chris, I can't believe the Wizards got the number 1 pick, man. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. Can't believe it.
I'm glad I could be here.
Believe it.
Woo! I'm glad I could be here with you to watch that reaction. It was priceless. It was perfect. PJ gets what he was hoping for the whole time. The Wizards have the first overall pick in the NBA draft. The lottery behind us. That means we've got a game to play. Knicks Sixers tip off momentarily. Do we have any plays for that one? What about Spurs T-Wolves? Anything else we got on the card for tonight? We'll get you some of our best bets and wrap it up with our 3 favorite moments of the show, our 3 stars of the day. Next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. For the weekend slate, BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Underway in Philly, Game 4 between the Knicks and the Sixers just got started a few moments ago. We told you earlier, we're probably not betting anything on that game just because it's really impossible to predict how that one could go. The Knicks could storm out to a lead and the Sixers could be mentally checked out by the second quarter, or the Knicks could kind of coast knowing they're up 3-0 in the series, and they're going to head home to New York for Game 5 to maybe close it out there. Spurs T-Wolves later. Still a few ball games that are just underway or about to start out west. And then, of course, Tigers Royals tonight. There's a lot going on that you may want to bet. Go get in on the action inside your BetMGM app. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be a part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs. You'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser here on Westwood One Sports. PJ still in his glory as his Washington Wizards won the NBA draft lottery and will be selecting first overall. It's going to take you a while to come down from this one, Peach, I can tell.
Chris, I'm shaking, brother. I really, truly. This is like, everybody knows the feeling when your team just wins a big game and you're in that like 30, 40-minute phase where you're just like, you want to text everybody. You don't know what to do. That's what this feels like. I'm so excited. I'm ready for them to hurt me as always, but I'm going to have my 30 minutes, Chris. I'm going to enjoy this because
yeah.
Don't have many moments to enjoy as a Wizards fan, but this is definitely one of them.
I love it. I'm happy for you, man. And like I said, It's the Wizards, so the possibility of them letting you down certainly exists. But I'd like to believe, for your sake, PJ, that this is the moment where they capitalize on the opportunity, and that it does, with everything already in place there in Washington. Like you mentioned, Trae Young, Anthony Davis, they add an AJ DeBonsa to the mix, and it changes everything for the next decade. I hope that's how it goes for you. As we mentioned earlier, some of the teams that lost, Brooklyn falling out of the top 4, Indiana falling out of the top 4, and completely out of the lottery because that pick now goes to the Clippers. Some of the moves that certainly affected fan bases across the NBA in just the last half hour or so with the NBA draft lottery being drawn. As for the actual games being played, PJ, I mentioned neither one of us really had a bet on Knicks Sixers just because there's a lot of variability there. It's already underway. Knicks up 8-4 just about 3 minutes into that game. Any other plays you have for today you want to give out to the good people on Westwood One Sports?
Yes, sir. I love the Wolves today. Plus the points. I also like them to win the game outright. I think this is going to be a 2-2 series headed back to San Antonio. Yes, the Spurs have won the last 2 games. Clearly, whatever went wrong for them in game 1, they've adjusted. I really think the story of game 3, though, Chris, was the slow start that the Wolves got out to. They were down 18-3 in the blink of an eye. They had 3 points in the first 7.5 minutes of the game. Even though they dug themselves out of that hole, I think exerting all that energy, they just didn't have enough late to try and close out that game. So get off to a better start today, play with a little bit of a lead, and close it out in front of your home crowd. This Minnesota team knows what it takes to win this time of year, and I think they're going to show that tonight.
I'm going to go the opposite way on that one tonight. I'm going to take the Spurs and lay the 4.5. I think we get another dominant Wemby game. I think certainly the possibility exists. Like you said, Minnesota knows what it takes this time of year, that they get this thing back on track and send it back to San Antonio tied up at 2 apiece. But I'm going to go with San Antonio and Wemby to have another big game and really grab this series by the throat and start to maybe even look ahead to OKC in the Western Conference Final, as the Thunder are now up 3-0 in that series as well. So there are some bets for you. Tail either one of us or fade either one of us as your heart desires, and we'll see which way it goes tonight in the Twin Cities between San Antonio and the T-Wolves. As for today's show, we like to do this. We take our 3 favorite moments of the day, and we give them back to you, our 3 stars of the day. Let's go.
3.
They can push back, and then I think I just saw on Twitter come across that Mark Stone isn't going to dress tonight. That's a major game changer for the Anaheim Ducks because Mark Stone is one of the best defensive players in the National Hockey League. He's no slouch offensively either, but you take him out of the lineup. If I'm a young, fast team that wants to create offense, I'm salivating at the idea of playing Vegas without Mark Stone. Now, they still have plenty of good defensive players. Mitch Marner's probably never gotten quite enough love for how good of a defender he is. Jack Eichel's on my Selke ballot this year. Nothing's going to come easy, but I'd much rather play a team without Mark Stone than a team that has Mark Stone. And so I think Anaheim has punched back before. I think they can do it again. I'm not saying that it's, that they're going to win the series or anything. I tend to agree with you that the more experienced team that's been there, done that, comes out on top. But I don't think we've seen the last of the Anaheim Ducks in this series at all, and going forward, I mean, they're one of the 2 or 3 teams you have to like most over the next 4 or 5 years in terms of how they're built up top, the young talent they have, Leo Carlson, Beckett, Seneca, Cutter, Gauthier. Not many teams, San Jose be one of the few that can match the young talent at the top of that lineup.
Max Boltman of the Athletic Hockey Show with us earlier today, talking about the Ducks, the Golden Knights, Game 4 tonight. Mark Stone out for Vegas. Brandon Saad will be plugged into the lineup. I think the Ducks, PJ, are a classic example of a you got to lose before you can win in the postseason kind of team. I think, like Max said there, even if they were to win tonight, I don't think they come back and win the series. And I'd probably go one further. And if you forced me to place a bet on tonight's game, I'd probably be on Vegas, despite the Mark Stone absence.
Chris, there was a crazy stat I heard earlier today that when Vegas has home ice in a series and they're up 2-1 going into Game 4, they've never lost. I think they're 6-0, 7-0 in that circumstance. So historically, they don't lose when they're in this position. And to your point, even though I kind of like Anaheim tonight, especially with Stone out, I still think Vegas is going to win the series.
Our number 2 star of the day.
2.
I mean, Ohtani, Ichiro, I mean, you go back and you just look at what some of these guys do. And to a certain degree, maybe even like a Travis Hunter. I mean, because he does everything. But you can't compare Wemby to anything because we've never seen anything like it. You know, he's Kevin Durant, but taller. He's got the ability to, defend like Akeem, and he's been working out with Akeem. He spent some time with the Dream over the summer and even said the other night that little shot off the glass towards the end when they were closing things out in the fourth, he said that was something that he learned from Akeem Olajuwon. He spent part of the summer with some monks, living monk life, so he can stay calm. You can't compare Wemby to anybody else in any other sport because he's like 3 or 4 dudes in one, and he does it all well. He's got the game of a Kevin Durant, but he can handle the basketball. He can get in there and play defense. He does need to bulk up, and he will over time. Keep in mind, I mean, he's, 22? He's not even in his prime yet, but he can hang down low with some of those guys. He's just a freak of nature.
Jason Minix of the Blitz on the San Antonio Sports Star joined us to talk about the Spurs, T-Wolves tonight, and yes, we waxed poetic about Victor Wembanyama a great bit. Some of those comparisons he made there, PJ, are why I think Wemby, I don't want to say he's thrown the team on his shoulders because there is a ton of talent on that roster, but he seems like a man possessed in wanting to prove that the Spurs are not one of those young teams that's a year ahead of schedule and needs to lose before they win.
Chris, they call the man the alien, and for good reason, because he really is. He's unlike anything none of us have ever seen. He was terrific in Game 3 against Minnesota. I'm excited to see what he has for an encore tonight in Game 4.
And our number 1 star of the day.
1.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are like poo-pooing Aaron and, looking at all the advanced stats and saying, oh, this guy was so bad last year. Well, frankly speaking, look who he was throwing the ball to, especially in the last couple weeks of the year when DK Metcalf was gone. It's Connor Hayward and Scotty Miller and just, not a good receiving core. But, they trade for Michael Pittman, like you said. They draft Jeremy Bernard, an immediate upgrade in the receiving core. Plus, getting Pat Freiermuth, I think, will have an upgraded role in a Mike McCarthy offense. Go back and look how, the likes of Dalton Schultz and Jake Ferguson have performed under Mike McCarthy. I think we'll see a big bump for Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington as well. And bringing in, a 1,000-yard rusher Enrico Dowdle put with Jalen Warren. Like, this is a much better offense than what the Steelers had last year. And all things considered, Rodgers went 24 touchdowns, 7 picks, and led a game-winning drive for the division in the final week of the year.
Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation and the Pump Fake podcast with Todd Haley talking about the possibility that Aaron Rodgers may improve over last year, PJ, now that they've got McCarthy and a revamped offense.
Man, we'll see what ends up happening, Chris. If I gave you over, under, let's see, today's Sunday, May 10th, Sunday, May 24th, you think we get a decision on Rodgers before then?
Yeah, I think he'll be in before OTAs start on the 18th. It's just, it's Aaron Rodgers. He's got to make it a little messy just to make it a little interesting. Always. Yep. Wow. Knicks up big early on the Sixers. This may be that one formula. Yeah. And Miles McBride has outscored Philly to this point in the first quarter. 22-11 with 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Thanks to each and every one of you for joining us. Thanks to Max. Thanks to Grant. Thanks to Zach behind the scenes. Thanks to PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack. Go spend the day with the mom or moms in your life. Happy Mother's Day. And keep it right here. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.